rest if things feel off, avoiding asking for help because it feels like failure. These aren't just quirks, they are coping mechanisms. Research shows that under stress, perfectionistic thinking intensifies. We cling harder to what we can control. The small things like dust, routine, order, all start carrying emotional weight. It's not actually about the dust. It's about the fear that lies underneath it and the control that slips away. Over time, this constant pressure becomes exhausting. The chronic overthinking, the hyper-independence, the fear of getting it wrong, and the quiet isolation that comes with doing everything alone. DIY becomes less empowering and more draining. But here's the shift. Perfectionism isn't the enemy. It's a double-edged sword. On one edge, it pushes you to care, to try, and to give your best. On the other edge, it cuts into your confidence, your rest, and your ability to feel enough. In fact, research shows two types: adaptive perfectionism that is guided by values and purpose, and maladaptive perfectionism that is driven by fear. The goal isn't to throw away the sword, it's to learn how to hold it safely. So the real questions become, how do we keep the determination without the fear? How do we stay intentional without becoming rigid? How do we own our standards without being owned by them? And through DIY, instead of do it yourself, I want to shift the meaning to DIY, determined, intentional, yours. A framework that takes the strength of perfectionism and removes the pressure. Determined means using the drive you already have, but redirecting it towards purpose and not fear. It's moving from, I have to get this right, to I choose to show up fully. It's energy, not anxiety. Intentional means setting standards consciously, not because you're scared of judgment, but because you know what matters to you. This is where self-compassion becomes part of the process. It turns compulsive checking into mindful quality. It turns morning routines into chosen structure. Perfectionism now becomes adaptive. Yours means ownership without isolation. Independence becomes a decision, not a burden. Support becomes an option, not a threat. Your standards come from your values, not society's expectations. This is independence without loneliness. Understanding how perfectionism works, how it grows, reacts, protects, and sometimes overwhelms, lets us reshape the way we pursue goals. It shifts DIY from a survival strategy to a grounded, intentional way of living. Instead of the old message, do it yourself, you're not capable, not strong, and not in control, we move to the new message: be determined, be intentional, make it yours. Because this version of perfectionism doesn't shrink you. It doesn't isolate you. It doesn't exhaust you. It strengthens you, it aligns you, and it supports you. You don't need to choose between burnout and achievement. The goal isn't to let go of your drive. It's to let go of the fear sitting behind it. DIY can be something healthier, something meaningful, and something yours. Determined, intentional, yours. Not a slogan, a new way of showing up, a way of achieving without abandoning yourself. Because the version of perfectionism that strengthens you is the one you shape, not the one you chase. And sometimes good enough is exactly good enough, because it lets you keep going without losing yourself.
Well, I think that was some really powerful words. Be determined, be intentional, make it yours. Let that sink in, guys. It's really, no, guys, so, up next, we have the fastest driver I have ever met. You probably don't know this, but you've almost taken me out one more time. And no, she's not controlled. She's a beach girl at heart, but deep down, she loves a good shopping day just as much as the ocean. Please, let's welcome Jess to the stage.
Thank you, Simon. So today I'm going to be talking about guts. Yes, literal guts. This gross-looking, weird organ behind. The one that none of us really want to see, unless you're a Grey's Anatomy fan or stalker. But don't worry, I'm not going to stand up here for 10 minutes and bore you about the digestive details of last night's supper. Because when I say guts, I don't mean the literal organ, but the voice that's inside of it. I'm sure many of us have heard of the saying, trust your gut, which is truly brilliant advice. Unless your gut's telling you to eat that extra fry with gooey chocolate cake at night, then maybe don't listen to it. But the gut that I'm going to be talking about isn't the one that's craving cake, but it's the one that's nudging you when making decisions. The one that we feel, but seldom listen to. We live in a world where we have all learned to do this horrible thing, overthinking. We are such rational and logical beings that before making a decision, we tend to make endless pros and cons lists. We ask 10 different people for advice on what to do, and nowadays we're even asking a dumb robot on what we should do. Overthinking even goes as far as some people actually get analysis paralysis. And if you don't know what this is, it's basically when you're in a state of being unable to make a decision because of how much you're overthinking. Trusting our gut almost feels irresponsible, but facts feel safe, and logic feels comfortable and in control, like safety net. And what happens with our inner voice is it doesn't feel guaranteed because there's no proof that it's right. So we hold back on listening to it and trusting it, not because it's necessarily wrong, but because what often feels right doesn't align with what we think should be right, according to our overthinking brains. But here's the thing, our gut isn't just guessing. It doesn't just throw out random information and opinions for fun, but it's actually processing signals long before our brain even has a chance. It doesn't just sit there and digest and fudge, but it's actually an entire intelligence system commonly known as our second brain. And inside our second brain, there are trillions of tiny little life forms known as microbes, and these play a crucial role in how our mind and our body function. Some of these are the good guys, and some of them are the bad guys. Most of us have heard about how important your gut health is, and research has actually shown that depending on what you eat, you can ultimately decide who wins this battle. So yes, the leftover greasy oily pizza could just be plotting against you. And when the good bacteria win, they produce signals and chemicals to our brain, helping us remain calm and think sharp. But if we let the bad guys take over, they release toxins, hijacking our creative calmness, and causing fatigue and brain fog. And while this little internal war is happening downstairs, our gut isn't keeping quiet. It's constantly spamming our brain with messages and voices every second of the day. Kind of like that annoying friend that texts you what they're doing every second of the day. The busy highway between our brain and our gut is known as the vagus nerve, which is essentially the busiest emotional highway in our body. Going all the way from our brain into the gut, it constantly sends messages and pay attention and heads up signs. While we're getting signals from our powerhouse upstairs, downstairs isn't just waiting for permission or advice on what to do, because it's actually proven that 90% of all communication isn't coming from our brain to our gut, but it's actually our gut talking up to our brain. And how? Because just like our brain, our gut has over 500 billion neurons sitting inside having fat chats. So yes, we could basically say that our gut's almost doing our brain's job for it. So calling it our third brain isn't some cute metaphor that our biology teacher taught us, but it's actually true. It's running the show behind the scenes, keeping tabs, sending your brain those updates, and letting it know when there's something wrong, even if you don't want to care about it. But the ironic part is that most of us make decisions like we completely ignore our gut. We've completely cut out this other half of our system. So no wonder we overthink and psych ourselves out when making decisions that feel right to us. We ignore it when we're, for example, looking for a place to eat, and we know we really want that burger and to go to that restaurant, but instead we look at 10 other options. We ignore it. It's like wasting your alarm and then wondering why you never woke up. However, there are times when your gut is impossible to ignore. Often hilarious in hindsight and can make the best stories later on in life. I'm sure many of us have had that moment where you walked into a room and you meet someone for the first time. You just know that person's going to be a big part of your life, or your best friend. And that was my dad when he met my mom. He took one look at her when she walked in that room and got that undeniable gut feeling that that was going to be his wife. And 33 years later down the line, he was right. Why? Because he trusted his gut. Like my dad's gut feeling told him that was the one. Mine told me, get out now. I'm not dissing DGC, just a heads up. But this is how I ended up leaving my first high school that I went to, German Hills College, just after the good whole 3 days. I think that was the record for the shortest high school enrollment any school had ever seen. And while most people would have given it a term, I gave it the good whole 3 days. And everyone said, well, you haven't tried enough, how do you know after only 3 days? And I just knew, I had that feeling, as I went into the school, I just knew it wasn't the right fit for me. It's like my guys had made this decision before even consulting with my friend. And that's exactly my point, is that sometimes your gut knows exactly what's right for you before anything and anyone else. And even if you've done research and it seems like a perfect fit, and on paper it ticks all your boxes, if there's a slight chance of you that is umming or ahhing about the situation or decision you're about to make, do not ignore that feeling. That flicker of hesitation is your gut waving a huge red flag. Your gut's your most honest answer that you can get. It's not like your best friend, there's no sugarcoating. Because it's ultimately looking out for you. It knows you the best. But here's the thing. Half the reason why we also don't trust our gut isn't because it's wrong, but it's because we get in our own way. I'm sure there are some indecisive people in this room. I certainly am one. And what happens when you're indecisive is that making easy decisions becomes that much harder. We start doubting ourselves and our ability if we can't even make the right decision. Our overthinking brains jump in and question every decision. For example, sending someone that simple text message now feels like you're preparing for the hardest day you've got to work out yet, when it's actually not that big of a deal. We just have to go with what feels right for us. And while the gut's saying, go for it, our overthinking brains immediately jump in and drag us right back, replaying all those awkward moments that you had in the past, maybe like the time you tripped and fell in front of the guy you liked. But our gut just wants us to move forward. It doesn't overcomplicate things or make up ridiculous scenarios like our brain does. But we get afraid of listening to it. And I'm guilty of doing this because we are afraid of making a decision that will hurt someone else's feelings. So instead, we choose to please people so that we don't have to have any awkward conversations after. However, ignoring your gut might feel good and like the right decision in these moments, but later on, we feel frustrated and avoid the decision that we made. So what does this all mean? It means that our gut will always nudge you towards decisions that are in line with who you are, even if it feels slightly uncomfortable or if it goes against what other people might expect. So when you feel that feeling in your stomach, pay close attention, because it's your gut giving you that most unfiltered answer. And I hope that after this talk, you've gained a better understanding of what this gut feeling is, and that it's real and there's proof. So next time you get that tug in your tummy, don't just lay it on your cake. but listen to the voice inside, because 99% of the time is right.
Thank you for that, Jess. You heard that, guys. Follow your guts. Okay, so up next is the most calm, cool, and collected person I think we have in our class. She has a passion for photography and can bring just about anything she captures to life. Let's have a dive into how we can use photography as a cultural expression. Let's welcome Anita to the stage.
Hi everyone. So photography is a cultural expression in South Africa. So before I kind of get into this topic, I just would like to introduce myself to people that don't know me. So my name is Ines. I'm 22 years old. Born and raised in Cape Town, and in the late teenage years, I really fell in love with photography, and it was just really influenced by my older brother, who was a photographer at the time, and I really just fell in love with the ability to like take pictures and like just the camera in general. So eventually, one of my closest friends bought me a very small disposable camera to kind of explore photography. And although this was like a very small camera, I think it really allowed my ears to explore photography, and I really fell in love with it. And eventually, in 2023, I saved up enough money to buy my first camera, and since then, I've been consistently shooting. Worked on multiple events, worked on fashion shoots, or shots of music videos, shots of apparel artists, and I also worked on some of my own conceptual photo shoots. So as I've kind of been growing in this creative field, one thing that I really kept returning to is just how important photography has been in South Africa and just kind of preserve our history. Our history. And I've also just come to appreciate how my generation has been using photography as a language and just as a way to communicate our identity, our culture, and just our emotions. So just to kind of go back in time and just understand how photography has been used in South Africa. So one of the ways in which photography was more consistently used was to document police brutality during apartheid. So photographers like Peter Mapuvane or Osani, they would mainly just capturing people getting killed, people protests, and like people crying because of like political sentences happening at the time. And these photographers really just at the forefront of the struggle, documenting the brutality that was being faced by Black people. But alongside the brutality that Peter and Bob captured existed a very vibrant and counter world of joy and self-expression. So Sapphire Town stood out as one space where fashion, music, and culture really defied the harsh realities of apartheid. So this is the suburb of Johannesburg, and it was known in 1950 for being a very vibrant and like, multicultural hub. And they had jazz clubs, they had music shows which called young and old people that would dress up and like kind of perform amongst each other and sing in the streets. And I think fashion and music was just a way to like express themselves in this very hostile environment like apartheid. But unfortunately, in the late 1950s, the residences of Spire would also be removed by the party police. And I think what makes this place such a great place is its contribution to Black joy and confidence despite the atrocities that are being faced by Black. And kind of building on that, I think one example for me that was during this time is how Black people were still finding ways to be like claim their identity and their culture. And I think one example is Nelson Mandela during one of his trials in 1962. Instead of wearing a Western suit that people had expected him to wear, he wore his traditional attire, which is called Mubata and Kosa. And I think this image really symbolizes the power of asserting identity even in the most controlled and hostile environments. And he and his sister also did the same as well, but in that same year when they went to a trial. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so he also did the same as well. But I'm in that same weekend when his sister went to a trial wearing the old traditional attire to court. And I think young people do this. And I think street photography and styling really became this quiet act of defiance and cleaning the road. So as the years progress, this relationship between style, identity, and photography continues to evolve because in the late 1980s, we see the rise of a stylish man called Stranders. So Stranders, which means to dress up in suit, referred to these working class men who dress up really well, and every week they participated in this thing called swanking, which is basically fashion competition amongst themselves where they get dressed in like the most expensive suits and it's very stylish suits. And whoever was the best dressed or like had the best clothes would win some money. And through this, and I think through these performances, the strength that you really expressed in pride and dignity and just like despite the fact that they existed in this very hostile and like, apartheid. And documenting really played an important role in preserving in the early 2000s. So this group of young black men expressed themselves through extreme displays of designer clothing and flaunting wealth as form of confidence and visibility. So unlike the Swankles whose focus was mainly on elegance and discipline, the Sultanas expressed themselves, expressed their faith very loudly and very unapologetic. So with the emphasis of it on being sorry. So images and videos are very essential in transforming the fashion statement to a form of cultural expression and expression back to the real time. Today, it's not traditional using clothing and imagery to express identity is carried forward by contemporary designers. So just like the Australians and the spontaneous, these designers use visual storytelling to capture who we are and how we see ourselves in the country. So the first example is Tim who was a fashion, who was a Joburg-based fashion designer. So I think for me, one project that that stood out for me was the DNA collection, which is I think is one of a really strong example of how photography and fashion goes together and preserve the South African culture. So in this collection, we scanned family photographs of their relatives and transformed them into textiles and garments that could be worn. And essentially, he was immortalizing his style using these garments. And I think this collection really shows how fashion can become a continuation of the archive, especially in a country where so many black families lost physical pictures during apartheid and like forced housemates that were happening at the time. Another designer is Dr. Kawani, who is a designer of Pasadena. So this brand has been rooted in gold and township culture. And I think it's always intentional about visuals when it comes to showcasing their creations. So in the latest collection by Lester Davis, he photographed women wearing these new cardigans in front of a very romantic South African home. So I think the choice of location in this photo shoot really reinforces how photography can elevate the quality. The space, the models, the styling, the set design all really highlights how photography becomes a medium of expression. Wonder Bottom was another South African designer. His designs are often drawn from everyday South African experiences. And his latest collection, Laminated Green for his time at home, he explored the visual symbolism of the iconic travel bags, which is called Go. These bags are only used by people who are moving between cities, carrying belongings, memories, and hopes. And through his photography, Wonder really captured the emotional weight behind this collection and just the meaning behind the bag and its significance in moving people around. So to really just bring everything together, I want to really reflect on how South African photographers are using these mediums today. So in the images we see above, we really can see the joy and the pride in individuals. So these images really remind us of the importance of finding joy and connection in our cultures, and something that many people deny during apartheid. So today, photography lets us celebrate who we are without any form of restriction. Photography in South Africa is more than just documentation. It is expression, memory, and heritage. And combined with fashion, it becomes a powerful archive of who we are, who we have been, and who we are becoming. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alexi. That was beautiful to see the journey of photography and how it has grown, but yet still managed to stay true to our culture today. So next we have someone who is straight out of Johannesburg and comes bearing big city energy and a worrying fondness for April. Yes, she also tells dad jokes so awful they bring people together to share suffering. They enter the stage.
So I'm going to do that really warm introduction. Then, I want you to think about the last time you felt like you were pouring your relationship. You know that feeling. Maybe in a friend who always listens, but is never truly heard. Or that work colleague who goes above and beyond and is never rewarded. I am that friend. I always put my all, whether it's organizing hangouts, checking in regularly, or simply listening when someone needs to talk. For a long time, I believed in self-education. I give 100% and I expect 100% in return. But sometimes it didn't always work like that. And I ended up giving much more than what I got back. That imbalance was tough, and it made me wonder if all that effort was worth the personal cost. It was in that moment of profound doubt that my perspective shifted. I discovered that giving isn't always about equal returns. It's about being true to who you are and trusting that the right people will appreciate and reciprocate your effort in their own way and their own time. When I asked people what they thought of the phrase, you get what you give means, they immediately thought of the phrase in a comic way. That someone who does bad things will eventually get their own painful payback down the road. It was about getting even or waiting for some universal scorekeeper to deal out justice. It was right then when I had a realization. Why should we wait for fate to know this for? The entire idea of an external payback is a trapdoor that leaves us bitter and exhausted. It keeps us paralyzed and focused on the forces outside of our control. The true meaning behind you get what you give isn't the future. It's about having inside you the moment you give. The return isn't a future debt paid by lawmakers. It's the immediate peace you create for yourself. When you give authentically, you are actually filling your own cup. Not once your cup is truly filled, a powerful secondary force takes over. This phrase is about understanding that the world simply gives back the energy you bring to it. When you show up with real kindness, openness, and sincerity in your relationships or your job, people naturally respond in the same way, and those areas start to flourish. The more generosity, empathy, and consistency you offer, the more opportunities, connection, and fulfillment you create around you. Giving becomes less about what's in your hands and far more about what's in your character. This phrase is simply about a way of living, one where your energy, intention, and presence matter. Because over time, life absolutely reflects the quality of what you contribute. So, what do we actually give? Is it time? Is it money? And what is the true currency of giving? The true currency of giving isn't money or material things. It is something much deeper. The true currency of giving is generosity. Generosity is the spirit behind what you do. It's a feeling that you're contributing fully without needing anything back. It's what makes the action feel easy, not exhausting. We experience generosity through four non-material currencies that we spend every day. The first currency is time. Time is the ultimate sacrifice. It's not about having extra minutes. It's about making a conscious decision to move someone to the top of a priority list. Generosity here entails protecting the time and worth to others, treating it like a sacred and regular appointment. That decision to prioritize is a strong affirmation of self-worth. The second currency is energy. Energy is the ultimate command. It's not about waiting until you feel fully charged. It's about making a conscious decision to deploy your best emotional state right now. Generosity here refers to being a source, not a sink. You maintain your ability to contribute by ensuring that your presence always elevates rather than drains. Your persistent choice to elevate others is the most authentic representation of who you are. The third currency is mindset. Mindset is the ultimate choice. It's not about hoping things will work out. It's about making a promise to eliminate the fear of scarcity forever. Generosity here simply means refusing to let fear control your actions. That commitment makes you fundamentally unstoppable.
And lastly, kindness. Kindness is the ultimate declaration of freedom. It's not about being nice. It's about making a deliberate choice to break the mental nature of expectations. Generosity here means protecting your heart by refusing to let any conditions bind your spirit. And that profound release is a powerful statement of limits. Now, if you're anything like me, you're probably wondering why you keep on giving and giving and are getting nothing in return. Well, let me share something with you I recently learned. The universe has a funny way of rewarding us. Sometimes the return is something completely unexpected, and sometimes you don't even notice you got something in return. I've experienced these returns in both ways. The first return was something I didn't even realize I received until I was writing this talk. I was in a trick, studying extremely hard maths, and I kept failing. No matter how much time and energy I put in, I wasn't receiving the results I thought I deserved. I then decided to drop maths and take maths lit. Taking maths lit allowed me to devote the same amount of time and energy to my other studies as I did to maths. And guess what? I flourished in those subjects. And that was the notice return. The failure in one area created the time and energy I needed to win in others. That simple trivial proves that sometimes the best return is one you don't even realize you received. Now, my second return was more of a waiting game. This was a particular friendship where I put a lot of my time, energy, kindness, and even my mindset into it. I was constantly messaging, constantly asking to make plans, and the result? No reply. I kept on doing this until I reached a point where I was pouring from an empty cup. I didn't get anything in return from my one friend. But here's the unexpected part. The effort I constantly gave wasn't lost. It was simply redirected. I did receive, and that was evidenced by the new amazing friendships I formed this year. I received exactly what I invested, but from a completely different and far-better source. This entire journey of giving and receiving taught me 4 lessons about how the world truly works. The first lesson is the simplest, yet the hardest to follow. Stop keeping score. When we give our time, kindness, energy, and then wait for an equal score, we're not being generous. We're keeping our mental note of what they owe us. That internal ledger, the I sent 3 texts, they owe me at least 1 reply, is what drives us. The moment you keep score, you tie your happiness to someone else's effort, and you instantly lose control. The lesson is simple. Give because it's who you are, not because of what you get back. Now, if you start keeping score, what do you actually get back? This brings us to the second lesson. The real reward isn't a reliable vacuum. It's a feeling we get. We spend our lives waiting for the external proof, but the true reward is actually happening inside you the moment you give. The moment you invest your kindness and your energy, your brain floods itself with positive chemicals, what scientists call the helper's high. The quick boost in confidence, the sensation of inner peace, the simple thought, I did the right thing. That feeling is your true reward. But what about those times when you throw everything at something and it still falls apart? I remember the moment where my effort got wasted. That's when you think it was all for nothing. But the truth is, your energy doesn't just disappear. The third lesson explains this. Your effort is never lost, it is just simply redirected. That time you spent struggling on a failed project, it became the willpower you needed for the next big opportunity. The energy you gave to the wrong person became the wisdom you needed to find the right ones. You didn't lose, you simply turned your effort and time into something much better and more valuable. So what do you do with all of this? You stop keeping score, you know the payoff is immediate, and you know that effort is never wasted. The final lesson is simply this. The only score that matters is what you bring to the table. What's about you is drawing about you. You stop worrying about the world's reaction. You only pay attention to the single square centimeter of the universe that you carry control, your effort. The one isn't what they said back to you. The one is simply knowing that you did the right thing. The lesson is simple. You can't control what happens next, but you can control the effort you put in. We started this journey for an empty cup, looking for a return that never came. We were measuring a spiritual act, generosity, with a mental ledger, expectations. We've now discovered that the true meaning of you give what you give is not a future reward, it's an immediate identity. It's a commitment to live by your 4 currencies, time, energy, mindset, and kindness. When you give authentically, you are not emptying your cup. You are filling it with immediate peace and heart's high. You stop worrying about what they owe you, because you know your effort is never lost, it just simply changes form. So let's stop waiting for fate to settle the score, because the only score that matters is what you bring to the table. You can't control what happens next, but you can control the momentum of the energy. Walk away from here knowing the victory is not anyone takes back. The victory is simply knowing you did the wrong. Go live a life defined by your generous character, because over time, life absolutely reflects the quality of what you achieved. Thank you.
I think that is a really important lesson, is to never stop giving and to always give your best into everyone and everything you can. So thank you for that reminder there. Up next, we have a proud Eastern Cape lady. And don't worry, you'll hear her accent any second now. Confident, loud, and bursting with energy, she arrives like a one-woman drama. So buckle up, because subtle is not on today's menu.
Please make sure you get especially huge ones over here. I want you guys to imagine a scene. Walk into my favorite restaurant without me on this restaurant. It's the usual setup: one table, one chair, and one plate. The waiter approaches me and asks, "Will anyone be joining you?" I'm friendly, bring out the Eastern Cape with me, and I say, "How's it, man?" No, it's just me for today, thank you. I take my seat, and a couple minutes later, he walks over again, and he asks, "What would you like to order?" I say, "I'll have my usual, the boredom with a side of loneliness and an extra large glass of my parents' attention." Hello everyone, yes, that's me. I'm that old child. And I'm here to set the record straight. The stereotypes are true. I was the kid who played chess alone and held merriment in his apartment and spoke to my imaginary friends, sugar and salt. Here's the twist. The table for one, it's not sad, and it's most definitely not funny material. It's about choosing every single person who gets to sit at our table. I call that my own superpower. And I always understand the superpower because I've seen the environment in which it was born. How school we were. In fact, it was the exact opposite. I grew up on a farm which was loud and full of chaos, mostly thanks to me. I was always singing at the top of my lungs and destroying the strings of my electric guitar, but I had absolutely no idea how to play. I wonder why this actually was. The strong backup single was my dad's number, constantly zooming around and around the world with the volume. And then the co-stars of my childhood, stupid keep 24/7. My childhood felt like a private stage, with me being the main actor. I did my parents in the front row during the argument and promised to go for free. And I had this restaurant at the corner of our property, which was full of parents and kids my age. It was basically my own reality TV. I spent hours watching underground East Coast kids, not with weird of course. And that fascinated me with all these creatures called they came built in with one another. We loved each other sometimes, hated each other for the rest of it. I didn't really understand, but anyways, we stuck together, guys. After years of observation and dissection, I came to my conclusion. Share. That I share toys, share snacks even worse, take turns with TV remote, and fight over the creases in the front of the car. Well, that just didn't survive me. Back in my day, that seems my problem. Siblings have this automatic connection, the same blood, the same history, and the same address. They share dinner every night, whether they like the food or each other. Now, I didn't have that being an only child. There wasn't anyone automatically there besides my parents. If I wanted a friend, I had to get up and go find one. I had to choose. This is the key ingredient to my superpower, intentionality. Unlike people with built-in besties, I had the freedom and responsibility of choice. This is where I became the owner of the restaurant. I don't just see to everyone is in, I create the menu and handpick each and every single guest. This friendship is not automatic, it's intentional. It's built on effort, trust, and one simple question. Is this person worthy of our reservation? If the answer is yes, you're not just a friend, but you guys become our family. This intentionality changed absolutely everything for me. Every friendship became a vetting process. I wasn't just filling a seat. I was choosing my people. And let me tell you guys, only children of firstly, we have very high standards. Sitting at my table, so just not Casper becomes universal. When you leave home, eventually everyone becomes a different child some way or another. Family spreads out and people move. We all develop our own communities. We all felt that distance and travel to another. My advantage, I've been training since I was 5. What let's figure out the difference between an acquaintance and a true friend? I've been building my choice of family since the days of sugar and salt. My adult friendship is based on 3 solid principles. Number 1, our commitment. As only children don't play people, we build a dream team. Our friendships are deep by design. Number 2, zero guilt. Our people show up not out of obligation, but because they truly want to. No blood ties, yet real emotion. Number 3, active effort. We call, we show up, and we pay attention because we know exactly how much hard work it took to find these special people. And I'm not going to too serious, guys. I'm going to make this dude. His name's G. Steiner, a psychologist from back in the day when he was doing nothing. According to him, it's a disease. He cooked up this theory while watching an early child just probably in my pasta. So, age. I'm not self-centered. This theory kicks on with the phrase our we receive since. It's the reason every movie portrays us as either evil little geniuses or dead little princesses. It's not science, guys. It's a 19th century psychologist having a bad day, not an unverified opinion. What do you think? One psychologist looked at his research and said that your heart's down. No, I think you're just the same as everyone else. You're not efficient. You're everything on that way. If we do experience these symptoms, they're from a disease called solo advantage. Symptom number 1, comfort with solitude. You'll see us having dinner alone, enjoying our food with no interruptions. We value silence and structure because we learned that early on, peace is scarce, especially on my home. We're not susceptible to loneliness because we are perfectly comfortable with being the sole owner of our own restaurant. Symptom number 2, self-resilience and independence. We learned early on to be the owners of our own restaurant. If you needed something, you did it yourself. If you wanted to play, you scripted your own meeting. This drives independence and confidence to direct any situation because we learn to trust our own judgment before anyone else's. And on the last symptom, guys, will be quite deadly, high achievement. Our parents invested the entire company portfolio into one stock, us. It's not being spoiled, it's a high return investment strategy. So when people mistake our self-sufficiency for loneliness, they're confusing a rejected 19th century theory with a modern-day superpower. Now let's take a look at this table for 1 again. It doesn't look that lonely anymore, does it? Looks like a VIP entrance. Because once you've learned to succumb to be in table set 1, you gain the wisdom and the discernment to fill the table for me. This is the power of choice. This is the strength of chosen family. This is the gift of the table for 1.
Thank you, Denise. And I think it's really important to be able to spend that time by yourself, like at a table for 1, and that's a really valid point. If you're comfortable with yourself, you're very welcome to others. Thank you, Denise. Next, we have someone who laughs loudly, talks even louder, and yes, she's probably running late. But the moment she arrives, the mood lifts and her laugh echoes from a mile away. She'll never say no to chips and a good chat. So settle it and please welcome Laura.
Hello. Okay, your 2 cents is going to go too much. I heard those words so many times growing up
that I internalized that almost became part of my identity. I internalized fitness flaws as something, as proof that something was wrong with me. It took until the age of 20 for someone to give me a word for the way I have been experiencing the world my whole life, autism. In that moment, I felt the most overwhelming sense of relief. Suddenly, things that I felt confusing and alienating finally made sense. And as validating as that moment was, it also opened the door to a grief I didn't expect. Grief not for who I used to be, but for who I could have been had I known sooner. Because when you're diagnosed late, you don't only gain answers, you also gain 1,000 words. And like any grief, it has stages. Today, I want to take you through those stages, not just as concepts, but as a lived experience of an autistic woman like me. So, I want to start at the beginning, way before the diagnosis itself. Denial. Denial is often the first stage of grief after a late autism diagnosis. It doesn't always look dramatic. It can be subtle, violent, and quiet and internal. For many late diagnosed autistic women, denial begins long before the diagnosis itself. It shows up in years spent believing, I'm not enough. Everyone feels this way. There must be something wrong with me, but I just need to try harder. When the diagnosis finally arrives, denial can resurface in a new way. I found myself thinking, am I really autistic? But I've managed my whole life. I'm not autistic enough. Maybe I exaggerated things in the assessment. Denial acts as a buffer. It protects you while your brain reorganizes everything you thought you knew about yourself. It gives you time to adjust to the idea that your life, your memories, and your struggles suddenly have a new context. That's the thing about denial, when the diagnosis is low. It doesn't show up as loud as relief, like the brain is whispering, let's not deal with this right now. My mind wasn't ready to write my whole life story in one afternoon, so it stalled. And I dealt with this by over-intellectualizing. Eventually, denial fades, not all at once, more like slow softening. It's the moment you quietly admit to yourself, maybe this really is me, and maybe that's okay. After the denial started to loosen its grip, anger arrived, not with shouting or dramatic outbursts, but it was this deep, simmering frustration I couldn't name at first. It was anger that sat heavy in my chest like a heavy stone. I wasn't angry at myself for being autistic. I was angry because I had spent 20 years being misunderstood, even by myself. I kept replaying moments from my childhood and teenage years with this new lens. The meltdowns I called overreacting, the sensory overload I called being dramatic, the exhaustion after socializing that I blamed on being lazy. At the time, I thought I was fake, when in reality, I was laughing for survival. And I found myself thinking, why didn't anyone notice? Why didn't I figure this out on my own? And why did it take 20 years? It felt unfair, like I didn't have the puzzle with half the pieces missing and then they for not solving it. I felt cheated out of an easier, kinder version of my life. And it was the stage that pushed me to finally advocate for myself. It was the stage that made me say, I deserve better, and I'm going to make sure the future version of myself gets exactly that. And it isn't comfortable and it isn't pretty. For many autistic women, it's the first time we start blaming ourselves and start blaming the system that failed us. Bargaining. Bargaining looked like an endless reel of what ifs playing in my head. A loop my brain kept circling because it desperately wanted some sense of control over a path that I couldn't change. It became this almost obsessive attempt to rewrite my story, not because I wanted a different life, but because I wanted to understand and bond my own. I imagined life. Everything felt softer in my imagined life. Everything felt softer, kinder, and less like the battle I was destined to lose. Part of me believed that if I could picture the alternate version of myself, clearly enough, I could somehow make peace with one I had. Why bargaining hurt so much? It was about the last years spent thinking I was broken. It was about the coping mechanisms I could have learned earlier. It was about all the times I thought I was too much or not enough, when in reality, I was autistic and unsupported. Child Lauren did the best she could with the information she had, and the woman I am now is the result of adapting and learning without a manual. Letting go of bargaining didn't mean letting go of the grief. It meant recognizing that my life didn't fall short. I was simply navigating the world with a map drawn for someone else. And now, with the late diagnosis, I can draw the map for myself. Depression didn't crash into me all at once. It crept in slowly, the way dust turns into darkness without even noticing. It arrived after denial leaves and after the anger flushed the web. After the what-ifs exhausted themselves. It hit when I finally understood the full weight of what my younger self had been through, and what she had never, and what the language she never had to explain. The sadness came from realizing how deeply my mental health suffered as a teenager and as a young adult, and how none of it was recognized for what it truly was. I can see now that so much of the anxiety and the panic and the hopelessness I felt back then weren't personal failures or emotional weaknesses. They were autistic overwhelm, sensory overload, multiple failure, and constant confusion about why everything felt harder for me than everyone else. As a young adult, I spiraled into cycles of extreme anxiety and depression, believing I was broken, dramatic, or too much. Now I know I wasn't sensitive. I was autistic and unsupported. What helped wasn't pretending everything was fine. It was letting the sadness be real. Letting myself grieve the girl who survived without support. Letting myself feel the hurt of finally understanding just how hard I've always been on myself. I learned to soften, not to fix, but to sit with it, to say, I'm allowed to be sad for that girl. I was trying my best and my anxiety made sense. I'm allowed to rest now. Depression is the stage that opens the door to acceptance. Little by little, I began folding autism into my identity. Not as a label that locks me in, but as a lens that finally made everything make sense. Part of my reality in a way that felt grounding. Instead of rewriting who I am, it helped me understand the story I was really living. I started looking at traits I once thought was difficult or too much with new eyes. My attention to detail, my loyalty, my honesty, my passion, and my way for seeing patterns others missed. Those were weaknesses. They were strengths I had never been taught to appreciate. The diagnosis didn't diminish me. It connected the dots and revealed the qualities I've been carrying all along. Acceptance for me is choosing to see autism as a source of clarity and strength rather than a flaw. It's learning to build a life that works with my brain instead of against it. It's allowing myself softness, rest, and understanding. It's stepping into a version of myself that feels more aligned, more authentic, and more informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Amazing journey we've been on, and it's great to see where you are now. So thank you for sharing that with us. And yeah, let's all take a page out of Lauren's book. We can really conquer anything, guys. Next up, we have the last person in the room, and somehow also the one of the best transcripts, probably powered by her absolute pure confidence. She's not just easy to talk to, she's the kind of person you accidentally chat to from now on. So let's welcome Katie to the stage.
Thank you, Salman. You didn't actually know there was a stage until an hour ago. So I'm sure we all read the old saying, they're about to see. It rolls off the tongue so easily and offers a quick, tiny explanation for why people behave the way they do. But if we're going to talk about seeds, we have to talk about soil. You can probably see where I'm going with this. One of humanity's longest running debates, nature versus nurture. Scientists, psychologists, philosophers, and let's be honest, young people at 2 a.m. have been arguing about this for decades. And today, you're all in line, because that's out there. You might be wondering how someone can possibly give a 10-minute talk about a debate that entire careers have been built on and still no one has been able to crack. I'm wondering that too, but here we are, and I'm going to try. So while this debate is fascinating for years, some truly brilliant minds have spent their lives studying where our behavior really comes from. Our biology, our environment, to the strange messy middle ground we do. And that's the place where things start to get interesting. So today, I'm not here to solve the debate. I'm here to explore it through the lives of people who unintentionally became case studies for it. People whose biology, environment, trauma, and choices combine to complex human puzzles. Many of them criminals, and not because crime defines the debate, but because their stories make the nature-nurture interplay impossible to ignore. And by the end, I hope you walk away with your own take on the age-old question: is it the bad seed or the bad soil? So where do we begin? While some crimes grow out of trauma or desperation, others can't be today's really. This is where psychopathy enters the picture. We often go around the word psycho, but in psychology it refers to an extreme form of antisocial personality traits, marked by shallow emotions, manipulation, and striking lack of empathy or remorse. Neuroscientist Dr. Ken Keel spent many years studying how the psychopathic brain works. Using MRI scans, we found that psychopaths know right from wrong, just like anyone else, but their emotional circuits do not fire in the same way. The areas of the brain that create guilt, empathy, or moral restraint barely activate. It's as if the emotional brakes that stop most of us from harming others in any way, shape, or form simply aren't working. One of Keel's most famous subjects was Brian Jr., a convicted murderer about all accounts had a normal, even stable childhood. Yet when Dr. Keel scanned his brain, they found something significant. His amygdala, the part of the brain that processes moral reasoning, was almost silent. In other words, his brain didn't register empathy in the way yours or mine would. And this is not because of trauma, but rather because the wiring simply wasn't there. And this forces an uncomfortable question. If someone is born without the ability to feel guilt, are they evil or are they just missing something the rest of us take for granted? Then there's Skid Bunny, perhaps the most chilling example of psychopathy in modern history. Bundy was intelligent, charming, and outwardly put together. He didn't grow up in chaos or abuse, but beneath that polished exterior was an emotional emptiness. He craved admiration, control, and power, and he could look at normal emotions, he just couldn't feel them, and his ability to fake it is what made him so dangerous. Bundy's case reminded us that not all monsters are created by the environment. Some carry a kind of emotional groundedness and a missing piece that allows them to harm their reputation. And it is here in the tension between nature and nurture that the debate becomes its most concerning. So yes, some people have actual biology that makes them behave in a certain way, and it's not the whole story. Because for others, the environment they grow up in doesn't just influence them, it trains them. And that brings us to the behaviorist perspective. Behaviorism argues that human behavior is shaped not by what we feel internally, but by what the world teaches us. We learn through conditioning, through rewards, punishments, and associations we make from childhood on. Psychologist B.F. Skinner expanded this idea with operant conditioning, the principle that we repeat behaviors that bring rewards and avoid those that bring punishments. In everyday life, that reward might be attention, safety, approval, or the adrenaline rush that comes from feeling powerful. Seen through this lens, the criminal mind can look less like a mystery and more like the result of relentless reinforcement. Take Richard Ramirez. He grew up in a home saturated with violence. An abusive father and cousin exposed him to brutal acts that no child should witness. In that environment, aggression wasn't punished, it was normalized, sometimes even admired, and violence became tied to power, excitement, and control. As a result, Ramirez, later known as the Night Stalker, acted like a abuse on a horrifying scale. Behaviorism doesn't excuse what it did, but it helps us understand how violence is repeatedly rewarded, emotionally or socially, and can become a person's default response. Our environment doesn't just influence our behavior, it can teach it, reinforce it, and sometimes make it feel inevitable. So we've seen how behavior can be learned through reinforcement and environment, but human behavior is surely more complex than that. Sometimes what drives a person isn't just rewards or punishments, it's forces they aren't even aware of. This is where Sigmund Freud's psychoanalytic theory attempts to explain behavior. So Freud believed that much of behavior is driven by the unconscious mind, which is thoughts, memories, and desires we don't even realize we carry. These hidden forces quietly shape our choices and emotions, even when we feel like we're completely in control. He argued that the unconscious mind is built in childhood, especially through experiences that feel painful or socially unacceptable. These memories are pushed out of awareness, yet they continue to influence us without us even knowing. A powerful example of this is A.D., a man whose crime shocked the world. His upbringing was marked by extreme isolation and emotional control, especially from his mother, Augusta. She was fiercely religious and sick, and taught Ed that women, apart from herself, was sinful and corrupt. She kept him away from peers, discouraged any social relationships, and punished him for even minor attempts at independence. After her death, Ed lost the only emotional connection he had ever known, leaving him alone, unstable, and unable to cope with his adult world. So those early experiences shaped the disturbing behaviors he later displayed, and many interpret his crimes as being less about aggression and more about a desperate, distorted intent to hold on to the only attachment he'd ever known, even if that attachment was extremely unhappy. So Freud would argue that cases like these show us something unsettling. Once early experiences shape the unconscious, they can be incredibly hard and sometimes impossible to escape. We aren't fully free architects of our actions. We're shaped and often constrained by unresolved conflicts buried deeper than us. And in his view, childhood sets a kind of blueprint, and with the unconscious steering us long before we understand our own behavior. So then, does that mean that people like A.D. are in a sense hardwired by their childhood and act in certain ways? And if so, how much of who we are is determined by forces we really understand? How much control do we really have over the choices we make? And do we really have free will? Well, according to Freud, no. But he may be a big name in psychology, but there are people who came after him who refuse to believe these deterministic views, and that we are merely passive participants in our own lives. So this is where our lawyers get into humanistic psychology, which offers a more uplifting perspective. Humanism emphasizes that people are more than the sum of past experiences or inner conflicts, and that we have the capacity for growth, self-awareness, and meaningful choice. From a humanistic perspective, our behavior is the same as shown. We have free will, the ability to reflect on our experiences, make conscious decisions, and change the course of our lives. Even someone shaped by trauma or negative influences can take steps toward empathy, growth, and positive action. Humanism reminds us that while the past influences us, it does not have to define us. Oprah Winfrey represents the opposite trajectory of many of the cases I've discussed. She was born into poverty in rural Mississippi, raised in unstable environments, and endured severe trauma and abuse throughout her childhood. According to most theories, her early environment should have predisposed her to dysfunction, instability, or self-destructive behavior. Yet Oprah's life became a powerful counterexample. What changed her path wasn't the absence of hardship, but the presence of intervention and meaning. And over time, she transformed her pain into empathy and agency, choosing to help others rather than perpetuate harm. From a nature-nurture perspective, she represents a fascinating intersection, and her story challenges a purely deterministic view of human behavior. It suggests that while nature and nurture shape us profoundly, we do not see our fate. Her life, along with many other people's, illustrates the possibility of growth, healing, and self-actualization, and a reminder that free will may not be written after all, but something we continue to be given through awareness and choice. In the end, what all these stories show us is that human behavior is never a product of just one thing. Biology, environment, trauma, reinforcement, unconscious forces, free will. They don't compete, they collide. Some people are shaped by the worlds they grow up in, others are shaped by the wiring they form in, and some remind us that even the darkest beginnings don't erase a person's ability to rewrite their own story. So the real question isn't bad seed, bad soil. The real question is, now that we understand both, what will we choose to grow into?
Thank you for that, Casey. I think it's really important that the past doesn't define you. I mean, for in some people's cases it does, but for our futures, you got to keep on working on yourself. So, Apparently, he genuinely tries to live according to the Pinterest app, when he's not curating mood board level inspiration. He's juggling an entire role team while keeping his own love for the sport afloat. Basically, he's a man powered by good vibes, great quotes, and a whole lot of glory. Welcome, George.
So to kick us off, I'm a big believer that a picture says 1,000 words, and a great quote can shift your perspective in just a matter of seconds. So in saying that, this talk is all about my personal favorite pictures and quotes, and the way that these have helped influence me and shift my thoughts and perspective throughout my short life. I often look at these as reminders when I feel like life's throwing me a curveball or two. Maybe I just need a little pick-me-up. I ultimately believe perspective is the #1 factor that can determine our happiness and the way that we tackle every situation. Because yes, not every day is perfect. I mean, problems arise, mistakes happen, roadblocks delay, load shedding kicks in, breakups occur, death finds people we love, jobs are scarce, school fees are expensive, and just so much more. And unfortunately, these are all a part of life. But the way we see them, face them, and perceive them is the art of life. And it comes down to our personal choice of how we choose to perceive and view every event that is thrown at us. So to kick us off with an example, I'm confident that I can say at some stage in one of our lives, maybe throughout this year, this week, mostly this week alone, we felt this pressure. You feel like you're going in circles, swirling around, no matter how hard you're trying, and you're trying every other different way to get through it, but you feel like you're going nowhere. One thing I know for sure is that even if you do not see it, I need you to know that it is, it has, or it will change. Because you see, this is what we see. We are the ones who are actually doing it. The ones chasing our goals, putting in that work, studying hard, and getting going. This is our first person perspective. But if we're able to just shift our perspective and take a step back, we will be able to see that we have made so much growth and momentum has been building without us even knowing. This is one of my favorites because in those times where I feel like I'm stuck in a loop and I'm going nowhere, I just got to remind myself that momentum's building, you're growing and you're getting there. So keep on pushing, even though you may not see it. Which sucks. Why can't we see it? I want to see it. Why do I feel like I'm not going anywhere, even though I am possibly getting better? And then it hit me. Keep raising the bar. Every time we rise, so do our goals. And this is why so often we feel like we're failing, even though we're not. Am I right? Now, this relates to one of my favorite quotes. You've already achieved things that you said would make you happy. I'll repeat that. You've already achieved things that you said would make you happy. I need that sink in. But hey, even if we did fail or not reach our goal, we need to stop calling it a failure because every time that we fail, we actually have learned a new skill or a habit or even just a lesson as simple as, I won't do that again. What we call failure actually needs to be reframed as getting closer to our win, closer to that success. Now, what I mean by that is I believe every single one of us have a different amount of times that we need to fail in order to get to our perfect form. So this, for me, is a great reminder because it means failure is okay. You actually need to fail in order to succeed because as I mentioned before, every time we fail, we learn and grow into someone with experience. And experience is the greatest teacher of all time. So in saying that, how fast would you fail if you knew you were only 50 failures away? I know I'd try over and over and over again as fast as I could to get here, to get to my success. And I'm pretty sure you would too. But the real issue is we don't do that. We don't try over and over. We try once, we try really hard, and then we just give up. And it's not that we lack motivation because we can all get excited for something. We can all get ready, we can put a smile on our face, we can give it almost like our parents would say. What we lack is consistency. Our problem is we think it will happen the first time around. How many of us have tried really hard at something, like really hard, maybe a project, a workout, a skill, a sport, anything, failed at it, and then said, well, maybe this isn't for me. I don't know, I'm pretty sure you could say that too. But just like this image explains, If you try to do it all lastminute.com, like this class, with intensity, it's not going to work. You're probably going to shatter the glass, and you're going to wonder why it feels so hard to pick up all the pieces. As opposed to the drawing on the left-hand side, it's got lots of rocks stacked up, reaching the top, reaching that goal, because it's about consistency. But you'll notice as well that every rock inside of that jar is a different shape and a different size. And this is because consistency doesn't mean perfection. Consistency means showing up every day, even if some days aren't the same as others. What I mean by this is we need to shift our perspective again around the fact that even if we can't do what we plan to do, we can always do something. If you can't run that 5K, go run 1 or 2. If you plan to study that whole chapter, do 5 pages. If you missed that workout because you got stuck in traffic, go home and do some push-ups. Maybe you slipped up and you take that cheat meal. It's okay, drink some water, and get back on track tomorrow. See, there's always something that we can do. And just because it's not what we plan to do, it doesn't mean you've lost control. Because I'm a big believer that a habit missed once is a mistake, and a habit missed twice is the start of a new habit. And again, the greatest gift we've been given in this life is the gift of choice and free will. So as I near the end of my talk now, I want you to all walk away with the knowledge that's been shown on the screen about consistency and shifting your perspective when dealing with the curveballs of this life in order to set yourself up for the many failures and successes that will come our way. It's very important to remind yourself that you ultimately have 2 choices in every decision you make. The choice of choosing the pain of discipline versus the pain of regret. Because almost every time that we take the easy choice now, we end up paying later on in life. Versus if we do what's right now and what isn't always easy, we will reap the rewards later. So lastly, through some of my personal mini highs accompanied by many lows, I've had 2 stories that have really stuck with me the entire time. The first one being the plowed footprints in the sand, and the second being the story of Tutu Pasa. So I thought it would be fitting to end my speech with this, as it's been a constant reminder to me on how I need to shift my perspective and carry myself, no matter how much I'm winning or losing, in order to keep myself in check. So the story of Tutu Pasa has many different meanings and variations, but ultimately it's about King Solomon, who asked for saying that he can bear with him in order to remind himself how he should carry himself as a man, as a leader, and as a king. And so his servants run off, and they go to bring him clothes and shoes and books and clothes and whatever he could. They started jumping around with this box in his hand, and inside this box there's a ring. And on this ring is finely engraved on the inside Tutu Pasa, meaning this too shall pass. So this for me has been a constant reminder that every
Welcome to that live session 3. We have 5 live speakers, but before we start, just some ground rules. Please put your phones on silent. If someone's phone rings during someone's presentation, you'll be shot. Don't even know someone's presentation. You don't want to know what happens then. But other than that, let's dive straight into this. So, they say dynamite comes in small packages. So we're starting the session off with a bang. I'd like to welcome to the stage the one and only Amy Ray Gretzky.
From never to need, the evolution of fashion trends. We've all said it. I would never wear that. And 3 months later, there you are, wearing exactly that. Maybe even in 2 colors with matching accessories. I recently asked people about this in a survey, and the results were hilarious. And honestly, a little boring. Apparently, none of us have any willpower when it comes to fashion. Does it sound familiar? Socks with sandals, low-rise jeans, ballet pumps. People swore these were their absolute never items, and then confessed they gave in pretty fast. So it got me thinking, why do we keep caving to trends we once mocked? Why do these trends keep popping back up like a toxic ex with a new haircut? And what does that actually say about us? Because every trend is a life cycle. It evolves from rejection to curiosity to obsession. And we're part of that evolution, whether we realize it or not. Before we can understand why we fall for trends again and again, we need to understand how trends actually work. Every trend runs through the same 5 stages. First, introduction. This is when designers or influencers show. Then comes the rise. This is when a few brave souls take the lead. And then after that is the peak, where everyone is wearing it, even your uncle. Then we get the decline, because oversaturation kills the vibe. And finally, rejection. We pretend we never took part or even cared in the first place. And then resurrection, because trends don't die, they nap. Much need. The answer lies in psychology, because fashion isn't just about clothes, it's about us. We follow because others do. American psychologist Robert Cialdini calls it social proof, but I call it You can roll your eyes at the trend of who you want, but after you spot 3 influencers and maybe somebody on campus absolutely rocking it, that little voice in your head goes, maybe Axel could be a success sales person. In my survey, people said a friend wore it and looked amazing, so I tried it. I felt like I fitted in better when I wore it. Following the flock isn't weakness, it's human nature. Another reason this trends return, maybe the biggest one, is nostalgia. The industry knows it. The algorithms know it. Your parents definitely know it. They just mislabel it as fashion was better in my day. And then again, history repeats itself and you look in the mirror and realize you've basically become your mother, or worse, your father, looking at the George girls. Denim on denim, Y2K, oversized blazers. Nostalgia is powerful because it feels safe and familiar. Remember those Saturday mornings when your mom shoved you into a turtleneck you hated? Now you're out here buying a drink for yourself. We keep circling back to what we know, even if it's something we swore we'd never wear again. None of it's new. It's just your childhood recycle. It's all back to you as a retro chic. Teasing should stop us, right? But no, it definitely doesn't. We still cave. People say things like, I got roasted, but at least I look cute. My friends tease me, but then they copy me. So why do we cave? Someone turn the heat down on the pressure cooker. The heart wants what it wants, and that is belonging. The fear of being left out meets the fear of embarrassment. That pressure keeps the trend cycle spinning. Trends don't just happen, they're engineered. They don't just magic. The same way your ex doesn't just magically text you at 2 a.m. Something or someone is behind it. Historically, fashion worked like the monarchy. Designers sat at the top like royalty, editors paid messenger, and the rest of us sat around waiting to see which hemlines got the royal stamp of approval. It was slow, polished, and intentional. But now, TikTok just barged in and said, oh, with His Majesty's head. A teenager in her room can make a skirt go viral before Anna Wintour even checks her inbox. Have you ever heard of cottage core? It's a niche internet fantasy about baking bread and living in a meadow. I bet you could recognize the mom sitting next to you in a dress that could churn butter in, thanks to every current brand on the block. And then there's meme culture. Crocs did not come back because of the duality of relapsed sports mode. Crocs made a comeback because the internet thought it was funny, and Crocs leaned into the ugly shoe trend. But I'm going to be the bearer of bad news. Crocs are indeed just ugly, and no amount of lipstick on that pig is going to make it cute. So before I leave you with your next identity crisis in your closet, just remember, fashion isn't just what hangs in our closets or lives in our shopping carts. It's a moving mirror of our collective behavior, our desire to belong, and our need to connect. So the next time you say, I will never wear that, just know somewhere the trend cycle is quietly laughing at you in your shoulder pads. Thank you.
Amy said that trends don't die when you have them. I used to wear skinny jeans and that's Next up is a very adventurous soul, whether it's skiing in the snow, hiking a massive mountain, or reading in the middle of the Karoo. You'll find this person with a smile on their face. I welcome to the stage, Annie.
Travel has long been recognized as one of the most powerful forms of informal education. When you step into a new environment, your brain is forced to process unfamiliar language, customs, norms, and ways of living, which expands cognitive flexibility and broadens your worldview. Research from Journal of Personality and Social Psychology found that exposure to different cultures significantly improves problem solving, empathy, and creative thinking because it disrupts the habitual ways of seeing the world. This process plays a major role in identity formation. The more you're exposed to, the more reference points you gain for understanding yourself. Travel becomes a mirror, reflecting back your values, assumptions, reactions, and resilience. In this sense, travel is knowledge.
It teaches you lessons that cannot be found in textbooks or classrooms, because lived experiences create a deeper embodied understanding of the world and your place within it. When I was in second year, at 22 years old, I had the privilege of backpacking around Thailand and Malaysia with my sister. We planned to meet in a foreign airport. She had spent the previous few months traveling around Southeast Asia and coming from the silent retreat, while I was coming off the back of exams in Cape Town life. Therefore, we were on two completely different mindsets. I'd rarely traveled independently before, other than carefully planned family holidays. So arriving in Bangkok with only 2 nights of accommodation booked and the rest of the month still unplanned was entirely new for me. Traveling with my sister became one of the most valuable experiences I've had. She constantly reminded me to be present, to put our phones away, to stop filling silence, and to simply take in what was happening around us. I learned quickly that things wouldn't always go according to plan, and that when they didn't, we had to adapt, make the most of the situation, and keep moving. My only real responsibilities each day were deciding how we were going to get from A to B, whether we wanted to walk or take transport, and which adventure we felt like the next day. It was the first time I experienced travel in a way that felt both freeing and grounding at the same time. I remember arriving in a harbour on one of the islands in Thailand. No accommodation booked for the night and no clear plan where to next. We sat there scrolling through booking.com trying to find a place to sleep. And once we finally chose somewhere, I suggested we got transport. But my sister insisted we walked. So in the heat of the day, wearing sandals and carrying backpacks that were far too heavy, we started our walk up the long hill. Halfway up, my sister turned to me and said, "Annie, we'll appreciate the cocktail far more tonight than if we'd gotten transport." At the time, I thought she was completely crazy. But that evening, a cocktail in hand and watching the sunset, I realized that she was right, and that discomfort doesn't take away from an experience. Sometimes it's what makes it more memorable. What I've learned since then is that experiences, not achievements, are what actually shape us. Not because they're dramatic or impressive, but because they're real. When I look back on the past few years, the moments that have taught me the most weren't the ones I planned. They were the moments where I was present enough to actually see what was around me. Life really unfolds according to the plans we create, and travel makes this especially clear. Itineraries and expectations may feel comforting, but the most meaningful experiences often come from moments of disruption. When you get lost, you ask a stranger for help. And that simple interaction can lead you down a hidden alleyway to a tiny little coffee shop that then becomes one of your favorite memories. We grow up believing that life is created by milestones, matric, degrees, careers, and promotions. But psychology tells a different story. Psychological research from Cornell University suggests that experiences, especially the imperfect ones, shape our identity and long-term happiness more deeply than material achievements. Their emotional intensity and unpredictability build resilience, adaptability, and problem-solving skills. They remind us that control is limited, but response is powerful. Sometimes things simply don't go to plan, whether it's travel arrangements or weather. When I was traveling with my sister, she often preferred doing things the harder way, or she referred to it as the more adventurous way. After spending a few days in the rain exploring a national park in Thailand, we needed to make our way down to Malaysia. Instead of choosing the easy option of booking a flight, we decided to travel by bus. But we didn't realize that it was a Malaysian public holiday, and therefore finding suitable bus times was almost impossible. We got on our first bus at 6 a.m. and hours later, after struggling through the language barrier, realized that we were headed to the west side of the country instead of the east. 22 hours later, having eaten nothing but chocolate for dinner, we found ourselves at a bus station in Kuala Lumpur at 2 a.m. Nowhere to sleep and on the complete opposite side of the country as we had intended. Our only option to get anywhere near our actual destination was to make our way to the airport and to try to flight. When we arrived at the airport at 3 a.m., since it only opened at 6, we sat and waited.
By this stage, I was ready to go home. My poor parents had me off the phone in tears. With them so far away, there was nothing they could do. My sister then turned to me and said, "We're at an airport, so if you want to go home, you can fly home, but I'm going to stay." That's when I realized that sometimes the difficult situations that you find yourself in, the mindset you choose to be in, and the light you make of situations gone wrong are lessons you can't learn from studying for hours, but can only be learned by being out there, figuring it out through experience. So in times of beautiful mistakes, emphasis isn't on what went wrong, but rather the decisions you made next. Travel reveals that managing expectations is not something that begins after things go wrong, but before the experience even starts. Research by Taylor and Norman shows that we're far more satisfied when we approach an experience with a flexible, mindful mindset, rather than imagining a perfect version of it in advance. When you accept beforehand that things might go wrong or shift, you narrow the gap between expectation and reality. So when the inevitable disruption happens, missed buses, weather changes, delays, they don't feel like failures. They simply become part of the experience you were prepared to navigate. Stephen Bartlett's framing of the beautiful mistake reinforces this idea by positioning deviations not as failures, but as raw material for growth and meaningful storytelling. Mindfulness plays into this by creating a small pause between what happens and how we react, allowing us to choose clarity over impulsiveness. With that mindset, expectation management becomes something we do ahead of time, not after things unravel. It helps us enter experiences with more openness, adaptability, and emotional steadiness. We live in a world where images, reels, reviews, and recommendations have created almost cinematic expectations for life. Most disappointment in life doesn't come from what happens. It comes from the difference between what we expected and what actually happened. For me, travel closed that gap. It reminds you that plans are flexible, things change, and sometimes the best moments happen when the original idea falls apart. When you travel, you learn to hold expectations lightly, not because you're lowering the standards, but because you're accepting reality as it is, not as you imagined it. So whether it's a trip, a relationship, a degree, a job, expectations quietly write a script in our minds. And then reality comes along and edits without permission. So through all my research and my own experiences, I realized something simple. The value of travel isn't in how far you go or in how impressive the destination. It's in what it teaches you about being present. Travel made this more clear for me because it constantly placed me in situations I could not predict or perfect. Travel also reminded me of the simple idea my sister once shared. A Pink Floyd quote that has ever since stuck. All you touch and all you see is all your life will ever be. Travel made me realize how many opportunities there are to actually touch, to actually see, and to experience far more than we think we're capable of. So maybe the point isn't to chase big experiences or collect stamps in a passport, but to let yourself be present for the moments that are already happening. Because those moments, ordinary or extraordinary, planned or completely unexpected, become the story you eventually tell. Thank you.
Up next is Miss Nonchalant. I've got a lot of chill friends, but this person may be number one. If you can't find her at Aruba, she's probably on the dance floor at a festival. And welcome to the stage, Chelsea.
He's not looking for anything serious right now. He's just wanting to have some fun. He's not ready to commit to anything long term. He's just not that into you. You'd think I was quoting from some of my favorite rock songs of all time, but unfortunately I'm not. This is just some of the feedback I received from my hospital days. Hi, I'm Chelsea, formerly known as the chronically single friend, the perpetual plus one, the girl, the third girl, and for one particularly confident here, the seventh girl. Actually, scratch that, the ninth girl. Really, this is what every person is. For my entire 22 years of existence, this has been the story of our life. From all the conversations with family gatherings, asking about the boyfriend, the endless arguments from well-meaning friends trying to sit on the right days as a frustrated on things and three times a day. And going to getting started on social media, you know the drill. Post after post of engagement, we expecting, tidying out, engagement, happy 7 years, I say yes. Now, I don't want you all to think that I spend each day wishing for everyone's romantic downfall. But the constant feeling of being stuck in one place while seeing everyone moving forward in life has become a more significant struggle in our in my early 20s. In exploring this topic further about being single, I knew I had to confront my own feelings. And what I found is that I'm under the wall. On one side, there's a narrative that I'm proud of. I'm selective. I'm confident in my approach to staying single because I refuse to waste my time on someone I cannot see the truth. I'm content with waiting and for something meaningful rather than just settling. But on the other hand, there's a great insecurity that stems from being single all the time. I've begun to wonder, maybe it isn't my choice. Maybe I'm the problem. I'm obsessed with this binary. Am I too discerning or am I just evasive? Am I too picky or am I just unpickable? Coming to understand this internal conflict brought me to a physical realization. I've been asking myself the wrong questions. All my doubts are rooted in trying to find answers as to why someone goes to me, or when I literally began to a full 180 and quite literally sprinted in the opposite direction. That's a true story. But asking if I'm the problem presupposes that my singleness is a problem to be solved in the first place. I've been stuck in a passive mindset, waiting for validation from someone other than myself. So I've had to restart my thinking. What if the problem has nothing to do with my personal shortcomings? What if the real issue is the societal spirit that tells us that this is a failure? So I did some digging. When I say societal script, sociologists actually have a name for it. Now stay with me is anthropometry. Coined by Elizabeth Gray, this is the pervasive societal assumption that everyone is better off in exclusive, romantic, long-term relationships, which are subsequently heterosexual ones, and that everyone is pursuing this as their priority of life. It tells us that romantic love is the only love that counts, rendering our friendships, our family bonds, and our solitude culturally invisible. This notion of a central amorous relationship is a socially prescribed and normalized culture that is embedded in everything. Common statements like, aren't you lucky, or she hasn't found one yet. It's within the very media that we consume. Classic novels with narrative agents that are all consumed in pursuit of marriage, all to secure worth, status, or financial security. Or even when the central conflict is the woman choosing between her own independence and societal mandate to marry. Somehow, the pinnacle of happy is yet to be when the woman ends up alone. And even today, films are 21st century symptom of the same anxiety. Women agonizing, analyzing, sacrificing, and compromising, all to finally be chosen and made to form this as her success. The damsel is invariably in distress, waiting to be validated by some external interest. Social media has become a notorious platform of fosters new norms where relationships are treated as some kind of status symbol. Achievements that must be visually affirmed and publicly validated as the ultimate measure of success. A 2022 study quantified this pressure on media, finding that 78% of adolescents feel the need to prioritize romantic relationships over their friendships, or even their own self-development. This social expectation is the plot of our entire culture. Deviation from this rigid framework of milestones, dating, moving in together, getting married, and starting a family, then society says you have failed. If you step off of this escalator, we are yet to get on it. You are inadequate, or you are falling behind. The system, whether explicitly enforced or not, is a source of direct psychological harm, that can be particularly damaging and very adulthood. The societal pressure to perform some degree of normalcy feels a deep sense of shame when it's not achieved. The stigmatization of single results from negative bias with women unsurprisingly very into it. The stereotypes of big, sad, and lonely, actively looking for a partner, or not having found the right match, they are all drivers of this pressure to conform to normal standards. Despite the current reevaluation of traditional norms around relationships and marriage, research confirms that individuals who are not partners still continue to experience signal shaming through external demeaning questions as well as their own inherent biases. Internalized shame following societal attitudes can negatively affect self-image, sometimes forcing individuals who are content with their single status to reconsider their position and seek out something that they are certain they don't want, or just to fit in with the cultural norm. The pressure to reach key milestones is clearly evident when we look back to the cultural norm of the 21st century, where it was the norm to already be married off by early 20s. Observing my own maternal lineage, however, tells a different tale. But for many years, I've stayed my religion according to the timeline of my relatives, which, as we will be able to establish, is not going according to that. In the war years, my great-grandmother married at 29 and had a first child at 30. My grand married at the age of 26 and had a first child at 27. And then we get to my mom, unfortunately, it's pretty snatch. Married at 24 and had a brother at 26 and then 29. So, if this downward generational trend to reach milestones early on in life was true, theoretically I should have married a year ago and probably due to give birth any day now. Obviously not the case. But throughout my whole life, these are the women I've looked up to and idolized. Within this, however, I've placed a source of pressure on myself. At times, I've overcome with existential angst, wondering if I'll ever come to be the half woman that these women are. And I've been conditioned to think that this can only be achieved by following the same path to meet that biological clock. But things have started to change. The stated script is actively being flipped and creating a new precedent. We're experiencing a cultural shift where more people are intentionally reclaiming the narratives and deciding that their lives still hold value in the absence of these prescribed chapters. We are challenging the notion that romantic relationships are the prerequisite for meaningful life. In response to the global economic and social reality we currently live in, Gen Z and millennials are fundamentally restructuring their priorities, all in order to lead successful lives in the 21st century. Now, success is no longer defined by material wealth or relationship status. Success means financial independence, mental and physical wellness, purpose, impact, and strong platonic, familial, and community relationships. Young adults aren't just failing at these bold metrics, they are actively succeeding at new ones. Choosing authentic self-development over the performance of social success markers such as marriage, homeownership, or parenthood. It isn't about delaying these traditional milestones. It's a reprioritization of personal development. We are recognizing that the foundation of a fulfilling existence has to be built within itself. We are beginning to embrace our completeness without seeking out others to make us feel whole. We are making the decision that anyone who enters our lives has additional bonus, not the necessary cornerstone that our soul will define. This is about making radical, active choice to focus on uncompromised self-investment. It's the decision to channel our time, energy, and emotional capacity pour directly into our own goals, our career, education, and personal well-being. When you are the anchor to your own life, you are free to move, to pivot, to grow, and to take risks on a timeline dictated solely by you. If you're in a relationship or not, this provides the autonomy and freedom needed to find out who you truly are, without the constant compromise or codependency of a sexual relationship. When you are unapologetically into yourself, you eliminate the space for insecurity, and you become your own source of validation. Life is not about trying to find someone to complete you. It's about becoming whole on your own and intentionally sharing experience with others. We need to become the protagonists of our own stories. So I encourage you all to reclaim your own narrative, the one where you are the pinnacle of the happy ending, the one where you are the person that you are into, because the most enduring, irreplaceable relationship you'll ever have is the one that you have with yourself.
Singles. Okay. The next speaker is pure good vibes. She always wears a kind smile and has an interesting question to ask. I'd like to welcome to the stage Scott.
Thanks for that introduction. So I'll begin with a question. Hands up if any of you have ever been in a conversation and thought, why is this person just not even what to say? Or why are they reacting this way? Great, so I think we can all agree that we've had those moments where we think, why can't this person just think like me? And we walk around believing that we're surrounded by idiots. But what if the idiots aren't actually idiots? What if they're just different from us? And this is exactly what Thomas Erickson explores in this book, Surrounded by Idiots. How we misjudge people not because they're wrong, but because they're just different from us. Thomas Erickson is a Swedish behavioral expert and fan speaker, based on his work on communication and personality styles. Within his book, he divides behavior into 4 parts, not to label people, but to understand them. And instead of diving into pages of psychology, he gives us a simple everyday language for navigating communication. So let's get into the colors. First up, we have your yellow. This is your let's make this fun person. Yellows are going, enthusiastic, and full of ideas. They're natural mood lifters and can speak to anyone, anywhere. And they'll definitely be making friends with the Uber driver after a night out. However, once yellows get going, they can become easily distracted, go off track, or accidentally dominate a conversation because their excitement takes the wheel. Next, we have red. This is the go person. Reds are strong-willed, determined, and ambitious. They walk into every situation thinking, what's the goal and how can I make it right now? But once reds get going, they can often come off as impatient or pushy when things are too slow or detailed. This is because reds are timekeepers. So nothing annoys them more when a person is babbling on about absolute crap for hours. Then we have greens, the let's keep the peace person. Greens are calm, reliable, supportive, and genuinely good listeners. They're the easiest to be around and get along with because they usually put others before themselves. They're also good mediators and score high on the EQ scale. But because greens are people pleasers, they often tend to avoid conflict and costs, so they end up holding back on their own needs and end up saying yes when they don't want to. And then lastly, we have blue. This is the where's the evidence person. Blues are organized, detail-minded, thoughtful, and intentional. They think before they speak, and they follow rules. And they follow all the rules whilst wanting to get everything done effectively and happily. But because blues are fact seekers, they often submit to being overly critical or rigid when things are feeling too chaotic or illogical. So that was a lot of information on colors. To sum it up, basically, the reds think the yellows talk too much. The yellows think the blues are boring. The greens wish everyone would just chill out, and the blues are silently judging what's right. And then just another thing to keep in mind is that no one is just one color. We're all a mix of colors, and some colors just stand out from other colors. So, for example, you may be a person who is patient and calm and more introverted, like a green. However, you also might still have a special yellow because you enjoy spontaneous plans and bringing people together. So now to the sense of the personalities, let's talk about why we think we clash. So people assume that we either clash or get along for 2 reasons, and both are myths. Myth number 1 is people assume that we clash because we're too opposite. And this is basically the idea that if you act very differently than someone else, you're automatically going to clash. So we all heard things like, she's too intense with me, he's too quiet, she talks too much, he overthinks everything. And a red might find a green too slow, but a green might find a green too demanding. often feels like opposites create friction. However, this isn't actually the real cause. Opposites aren't automatically compatible. We just assume that they are. So when a person is behaving very differently, or unlike our own instinct, it stands out more, which makes it easier for us to judge. So ultimately, opposites don't create problems, rather the assumption that opposites do. Then the second myth is that people assume we get along because we're too similar. And here, basically, a group might think that the word will never do because they're both detail oriented. However, two perfectionists in the same group, and they can genuinely argue for hours for the placement of a single problem. Or maybe that a friend tells you you have to meet this person, they're just as talkative and outgoing as you are. But once you meet them, you actually realize that it's only one of you in the conversation. So shared traits don't automatically assume harmony, and they certainly don't make communication any easier. Similarity can feel comfortable at first because it feels familiar. However, as time goes on, it only doubles the pressure points. So ultimately, similarity doesn't guarantee harmony. It simply means you both bring the same habits to the table, including the ones that bring aggression. So if it's not similarity or difference that makes us clash or get along, what is it? We clash because of one major challenge in communication. It always happens on the listener's terms. Everything you say is filtered through someone else's experiences, assumptions, beliefs, and interpretations. And even with best intentions, your message may land very differently from how you imagine this. This is ultimately where Erickson's gold idea comes to life. He encourages us to stop trying to change people and start trying to understand them. When someone frustrates you, instead of thinking, oh, what is wrong with this person, ask what language are they speaking right now. And before you speak, pause and ask yourself, how will they hear this? Not how will it land for, not for you, but how will it land for them? Because it's all about adapting to each color and trying to get the message across to each them. Stephen Covey says he says that if you were to summarize in one sentence, the most important principle is learn to build interpersonal relations. It would be seek first to understand and then to be understood. And essentially what Covey means here is that connection comes before correction. So if you want someone to hear your perspective, you must first show them that you understand it. And this is usually when communication becomes way more easier to do. So that was a lot of information. To put it into practice, let me take you through a few ways you can communicate with each other. So firstly, words appreciate clarity and speed. With them, you need to be direct, be brief, and get to the point fast. Focus on outcomes and not stories, and show them what needs to happen and why it needs to happen by outcome. Yellows connect you with energy and optimism. Let them talk, bounce ideas with them, and keep it engaging. Use expressive language, visuals, and words with examples. And most importantly, don't shop your ideas down too quickly. It only builds this far. Greens value calm, patience, and reassurance. Slow down, listen, and give them time to respond. Avoid sudden pressure or confrontational phrasing, as it's only proves you out. And remember that greens open up when they feel safe, not when they feel rushed. Then lastly, lose respect, accuracy, and structure. Come prepared, bring the details, and explain the why. Avoid vague statements and provide lots of evidence. Lose dislike being rushed into conclusions, so give them time. Erickson's capitalism isn't about putting world boxes. It's about giving us the tools to meet people where they are. Because the truth is, yes, we're all surrounded by ideas, but at the same time, someone else really needed to.
Just quickly need a plug-in sound.
comment. That was very interesting. I like a quote. Stop trying to change people and start trying to understand them. I can definitely implement that in my life. The next speaker has the most peaceful aura. If you follow his Instagram, you'll see he's always in the Cape Town scene, having a vibe, because he is a vibe. And welcome to the stage to Curie.
Guys, hold it. You just want to correct something here? Sorry, guys, there seems to have been a problem with these slides. I'm just going to go into the back end and connect it, but in the meantime, we'll just do, we're going to do it the next week and we'll come back. So, Carl, we're going to do. Okay. Okay, sorry, reboot.
Okay, the next speaker is one you've heard speak many times before. Her energy is unmatched. If our class were to have a mascot, it would be you. Well, Steve Kyle.
I'd like to begin with a question. I'd like to begin with a question. Who would you become today if you had grown up completely alone? No hugs, no laughter, no bedtime routine, no rituals, nobody reflecting anything back to you. Who would you become? Who would you be? And before you think, well, I'll figure it out. The truth is, you wouldn't. No one would. When I began preparing this talk, I wanted to know if this feeling or this intuition that people grow through other people was just something that I felt, or it was backed by actual research. And so I turned to three very different thinkers. One, we've got Laura, who we all know and love, and she is one of the most influential behavioral experts. And she says that humans are not designed to do life alone. And that confidence does not come from being tough, it actually comes from being supported and held. Next up, we have Chris Williamson,
and he is the creator of the psychology podcast Modern Wisdom, and interviews world-leading researchers every week. And he said something even more striking. He says that the number one predictor of a good life is, and get this, not your achievements, not your marks, not your job, not the amount of likes that you get on all kind of music posts from Instagram. Get this, it's the quality of your relationships. Then we have Lord Jonathan Sacks, and he is one of the great philosophers of our time. And he writes that we are not formed or shaped by what we own, but we're actually shaped by those who surround us. And that identity is very much not discovered alone. It is shaped, taught, and lived in community. And this really fascinates me, because here you have three different thinkers from three completely different worlds, and they all pointed to the same truth. We are who we are because of the people who surround us, not despite them, because of them. And this brings a new question for me. In fact, a deeper question. If relationships shape identity, then what shapes the relationships that shape us? Belonging. According to research, belonging comes not from grand gestures, but actually through tiny micro moments repeated over time. This could look like a bedtime routine. This could look like sitting down to have a shared meal with your family. This could look like getting a hand on your back after a tough day, laughing until your stomach hurts. These are not small. These are actually quite significant, and they are a building block of a human being. Identity. Identity is not something that you find inside of yourself. Mel Robbins says that it's shaped through emotional cues, repeated over time. Chris Williamson says it's formed through early relationships. And Jonathan Sacks says that it's actually formed and found within community and rituals. Different vocabulary, same conclusion. Who you become gets mirrored back to you. You learn who you are by how other people respond to you. And you also learn who you are. When someone sees your goodness, they recognize your goodness, or maybe they laugh at your jokes. This tells you who you are. And resilience. Resilience doesn't come from facing anything alone. In fact, psychologists call it interdependence. The strength comes in being held, not from being isolated. And resilience comes not in the moment of pain, but the people who show up after that moment of pain. Belonging builds confidence. Identity builds direction. Interdependence builds resilience. And after exploring all this research, something became very clear to me. If everything that these thinkers say is true, then who I am today is a direct reflection of my village, because nothing important in my life happened alone. So, my village wasn't abstract. It had names, faces, rhythms, and rituals. And now that you've seen the research, I want to show you the people who made it real. My mom. My mom didn't just raise me. She formed the framework in which I operate. My faith, my confidence, my independence, my will, it all started with her. and not in big moments, but in quiet repetition of love every single day. My dad. My dad taught me grit, but he taught it gently. He shapes my humor, my sensitivity, my emotional world. And he did this through tiny interactions that said, I see you, I'm here, I love you. Another thing about my dad is that he never missed a single ballet recital, school concert, netball match. He was always there. Growing up with two brothers and being the middle child means growing up in a contact sport. But chaos is a brilliant teacher. My brothers taught me humor, belonging, how to relate to people, how to read a room, but most importantly, how to find joy in absolutely everything. Then we have Presh, or Presh, or Ma Gogo, as I like to call her. Presh was my second mother, still is my second mother, third in command of the house. She wasn't just a part of our home. She is, and still, she was, and still is very much part of our family 26 years later. And even though we moved away from home and moved on, we still keep in contact all the time, and she has the most special place in my heart. My grandparents. My grandparents were consistency that you could feel. They showed up always. And the village is defined by anything. It's defined by the people who remain. Consistency, quietly, and over time. When I look back at my childhood, I see all this research perfectly. Shabbat dinners every week of my life, dancing in the lounge at any given opportunity, bar mitzvahs, bat mitzvahs, listening to Wacken Simpson every day on our way to school, music always in the background, bedtime prayers. But if you think about it, they're actually not rituals. They're signals. Signals that say, you matter, you belong, you're safe, you're one of us. When I put together the research, the moments, the rituals, the people, I realized something really simple and really profound. That nothing important in my life happened alone. My identity did not come from inside me. It was mirrored back to me by my village. My resilience came from being held. My sense of belonging was not built in one moment, but over 1,000 micro moments. They all said, you matter. And if there's one thing I want to leave you with today, it's that we grow through connection. We are shaped by our relationships. And none of us, not one of us, goes alone. Because it takes a village to raise a child.
Sorry guys, I'm just gonna quickly do something here.
Okay. Short version is coming. The next speaker has the most peaceful aura. And he's alive. It's welcome here.
Let's try this again. Imagine waking up one day and realizing your entire identity might disappear the moment you do. Not because it wasn't beautiful, not because it wasn't important, but simply because it wasn't recorded. We're all embodiment of all the generations that have passed before us. We carry their faces, we carry their names, but there's a question that I'm sure will take a while to ask you guys. Who are you? Today, I want us to unpack the parts of our identities that through time risk being washed away. Catherine Wallace describes identity through what she calls the network cell theory, which recognizes the complex and dynamic nature of people. Historically, philosophers have often described the ideal of self in a very simplistic manner. However, what they couldn't consider is the ever-changing and latent nature of human life. The network cell theory looks at the cell being an amalgamation of different factors that are all related to each other. We made up of our social, physical, genetic, psychological, emotional, and biological traits. These overlap and interact, creating unique clusters. As you grow and evolve, you do lose and gain some traits, but what still remains in your network is your history and lived experience. To truly tap into discovering the deep essence of our identity, we require self-knowledge. This is an ongoing process that bridges our self-perception with the parts of ourselves that lie within it, parts that are inherited and a part of a larger story. Today, one of the strongest forces shaping identity is the media that we consume. It informs us on who and what deserves attention and who and what doesn't. There's a term called symbolic annihilation, which describes what happens when a group is underrepresented, misrepresented, or completely excluded in the media. A great example is with the cartoons we watch growing up. How many of you that belong in a minority group can truly say you saw your culture and essence play out on the TV? From a young age, we subconsciously begin to choose what traits we want to show to the world and what traits we bury within. But why is visibility so important? This is where my experience begins. I was born and raised in Zambia, and after not being home for a while, I got to spend the day last year. And in this time, I got to truly speak to my grandmother. She's in her 70s and has a mouth full of rich stories to tell. And the way she visually paints a picture when speaking about her experience personally made me think we need to bring back the art of storytelling. But secondly, it's a shame that these stories only get to live within one person. I'm getting a chance to learn about my history and culture, but there's no real record of it outside of the living file. This made me really think about why it's so important to document our stories, because there's layers that the generations to come will be able to go back to and understand. We're so distracted and consumed by dominant culture that we end up diluting ourselves. The newfound curiosity unearthed two notable discoveries. A Zambian filmmaker named Rukana and a recently resurfaced Zambian music genre that almost vanished. Rungaba Yogi is a Zambian-born filmmaker who wrote and directed two incredible films on becoming a Gilifa and I Am Not a Witch. These films interrogate a very deep themes that exist within the Zambian context, from witchcraft, the role of women's society, sexual violence. These are very dark stories, but she makes it a point to implement humor in it, which is something that Rungaba points out is very confusing for foreign audiences. But as a Zambian watching them, it feels so authentic to how we carry ourselves. During pre-production, both films were criticized because people were arguing that they wouldn't appeal to an audience because they felt too niche, but she still pushed through and kept fully authentic cultural tours. Since then, the both been screened at Cannes Film Festival and have won several international awards. Rebecca represents a generation that isn't afraid to document and share our stories. We're now going to get a new generation that can truly see themselves on the bigger screen. Now, Zarrock is a musical genre that emerged in the early 70s. It is a fusion of traditional African sounds with Western genres such as psychedelic rock, garage, and funk, giving its inspiration from bands such as Jimi Hendrix. It was a powerful expression of post-colonial identity, creating a culture like art. Besides the music, it was the fashion, the art, and the attitude that grabbed people's attention. However, after its peak, Zarrock was a Latin mobile genre. I myself growing up this idea, I didn't even know of its existence. It was rediscovered in the recent years by music enthusiasts that found old finals and began doing the work to do the research. And this led to more discoveries and republishing of the music, creating a buzz in the global music scene. We're now seeing a return of pioneers such as Jeffrey Chanda, who was the lead singer of the band Witch, who now gets the chance to tour internationally and play at festivals such as Glastonbury. This is a sample of what Zarrock is from the band Closing Time. The impact of Zarrock is now infiltrating modern music with artists such as Tyler the Creator and Travis Scott sampling from both Zarrock bands. They're giving this genre new life and global exposure. Many of the songs served as raw commentary on the aspirations and hardships faced by that community. There was an unmistakable energy in them that showed that they were ready to spearhead a revolution even outside that borders. As Zambians has told us about pivotal moments in our history, such as how our first president's first policy was to ensure that 95% of the music played on radio was by local artists, which led to innovation in the music scene, something that we don't really see today, sadly. We also learned about how Zambia played a pivotal role in the liberation of struggles for neighboring countries, including South Africa, leading to nationwide curfews from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And here underground clubs emerged, and it made me think about the similarity to how house music was created in Chicago. Additionally, it also exposed just how damaging the AIDS epidemic was in Africa, because this is how we lost so many of the Stamford legends and pioneers that didn't get to see the genre reach these heights. Without any documentation, all of these stories and cultural moments would have simply died with the people that carried them. So here's a challenge for you. Think about your history, think about the stories from the older generations, and try to unearth the parts of your identity that lie inside of you, that have been carried down from generation to generation. And leave you with this question: what is your gesture to the future going to be? Hello. Thanks for that. Getting the dial and some Zan rocking this
We're finishing off this style. The next speaker is someone so adventurous, life experiences you can hear clearly in her voice. I'd like to welcome to the stage Erin.
Sorry about that. Okay, believe it or not, when I first got told about having to say the speech, I was surprised. I mean, standing up in front of you with this massive lies in front of me, it's actually really not thing. And now I'm going to speak about not just anything, but something that I find interesting enough to go on about for the next 10 minutes. Absolutely not. I mean, what do I know? I'm 25. And then the year went on, and I kind of started getting a bit excited about it. And I kept coming back to that. I'm 25. Delusionally, I love to believe that I will live to exactly 100. Do not ask me why, don't very much on. That means that I'm exactly a quarter of the way through my life. And so the speech was born. Everything I know about anything at 25. In other words, the quarter-life crisis. I'm not going to try to take credit for that phrase because it is actually a real thing. Luckily for me, because I managed to back like with research, and luckily for you, so you don't have to listen to me sit and talk. With it being a real thing, there's so many definitions about it going around. But there's one that I love in particular that puts it as this transitional period in early adulthood that is so plagued by confusion and doubt around life choices. Basically, just a bunch of insecurity, questioning, and the fear of the unknown. Just another day over being a 20-something. And I think it's really relevant because not just have we heard so many of what I'm going to speak about today from other people's speeches as well, but every person in this room has either gone through it before or will go through it at some point. Because this is not a new thing. It's not something brought on by COVID or AI or anything. I mean, the first time it was mentioned was back in 1829. I mean, 1829, to put that into context, that's almost 90 years before South Africa even became a country. And back then it was known as emerging adulthood. Thought of almost as this developmental stage that bridges the gap between adolescence and adulthood. But with all those same feelings of identity exploration and insecurity that we know and love. It also says that 29 is when you become an adult, which is weird. But then in 1968 was the first time that phrase, quarter-life crisis, came about. All thanks to this guy over here, psychologist Erik Erikson. And he used it in his breakdown of the 8 dilemmas all individuals will face throughout their lives, midlife crisis being one of them. Unlike a midlife crisis, which is well known, well understood, characterized by all these changes in lifestyle and appearance and cost. The quarter-life crisis just gets a bad rap. It's argument, there's so many arguments around it about how it's just simply an excuse to waste time or delaying that inevitable of becoming an adult. And while there is some truth to that, there's so many factors that bring it on because it is a real thing. There's signs and symptoms. Anywhere from the fear of missing out and constantly comparing ourselves to others, to the fear of better options and having too many choices at our fingertips. But there's one main catalyst that kind of encapsulates all of it, and that's called the Great Scattering. The Great Scattering is a theory by Mel Robbins, as you know, I'll pass about somehow. She hits the nail on the head when she says and understands that anxiety and pressure we feel when for the first time in our lives, we have no framework and timeline to follow. She talks about you, your friends and peers going through life as a team. You're at the same pace, same places, experiencing the same routines and milestones, with little variation from nursery school all the way up to university. And then just like that, all of a sudden you graduate and everyone goes in every direction. People in different cities, doing different jobs with different friends, with different timelines. And you're sitting there going, shit, what now? And your whole foundation of life and everything you measure yourself by disappears in an instant. And the only answer you get for it is that it's all up to you. Sounds pretty straightforward, right? But then those questions keep running in. Am I on the right path? In the right place? Am I falling behind? Have I been in my person by now? What career should I do? Should I quit my job? Should I do what someone else is doing? And I'm speaking here from pure experience, because please trust me when I say there is no topic I am more qualified to speak on. I mean, honestly, you can ask my parents over there. Watching my life the last couple of years has been like watching a TV series, none of the writers have been really story about it. And you know what it has? It's been up and down and all over the place, but it's been freaking entertaining. And I can say that in hindsight because do not get me wrong, I don't want to go back 3 years, sitting with a science degree in hand, not sure what to do with it, thinking I ruined my life. Or even 18 months ago, when I got back from traveling, broke, living at home, coaching tennis, I cannot play tennis. But standing in front of all of you today, feeling good. I'm pretty confident in saying that I had to realize that I had to go through those difficult moments to get to where I am today. And if I was to sit and stand in front of all of you and talk about all the lessons I learned the last couple of years, we'd be here till midnight. Most of you know I'm not afraid of good yaps, so do not test me on that. But if there's one insight I can give you today, something similar that Jordy said earlier, and it's all about perspective. Back in 2023, when I graduated from studies, I was really in the thick of the life crisis and dealing with a lot of other stuff on top of that, feeling just more lost than I can even try to explain to you today. But there was this thing that my dad said to me, and it kind of always stuck. And if there's something that you take from my speech today, I hope it's this, because for me it's like a lighthouse that brings me back to the first time I've been. He said something along the lines that bad things are always going to happen. Life doesn't always go down the route you're going to follow. You're going to go through things that are so tough, it is a bad excuse to be angry and rude and lead a life of sadness. Because genuinely, there's some things that you're going to face that are so difficult, no one would ever blame you if you started to hate the world. But is that the person you want to be? Is that the person you want to be? Because it is a choice. No matter how much planning and manifesting you do, life rarely ever goes to plan. How many of you are doing a job that you studied for? How many of you are studying something that you wanted to be when you were 10? Who even knew marketing was a thing when you were 10? We are constantly adapting and growing through life, and that growth leads us down these paths that we could have never even imagined. Those paths are not always sunshine and rainbows. They're signposted with self-doubt, overthinking, fear of the unknown. People go through difficult things each and every day that are out of their control, questioning themselves every step of the way. And we will all inevitably experience loss and hardship and rejection. But the only control we have in those moments is that we get to choose how we handle it. We get to smile through the doubts, we get to laugh and choose kindness, even when we've got these little holes in our hearts. And sometimes choosing strength in those moments, instead of sitting in our thoughts, is what slowly mends those holes. The quarter-life crisis is one of these losses. It's that loss of steady ground, of losing everything you knew before. And the only control you have within it is how you come out on the other side. It's choosing to put in the work, to keep positive when things feel like they're falling apart, and to keep showing up for yourself. Because unfortunately, the thing I said before is 100 great in saying it is all up to you. So here's where I throw you a curve. Because what if the life crisis isn't this horribly scary thing, that everything you know and love disappears, but rather an opportunity, an adventure that you get to take to become the best version of yourself? Because this period that feels really uncomfortable and tough is your chance to make mistakes, do things for the plot, collect those stories that you put on one day to your grandkids. There's something so reassuring in knowing that you're not going through it alone. Your friends are feeling the same way. Your parents and grandparents went through it too. I mean, you could ask a complete stranger out on the streets and they'd be able to identify with it. You are not falling behind because that timeline does not exist anymore. And we'll try really hard not to sound like a broken record here, but how cool is it to get that sense of control when you realize it is all up to you? It's up to you to decide what you want out of life, who you want to be, what's important to you, and how you measure your own success. And figure that out now while you're still young and able to make mistakes. And I don't know, you eat 2 minute noodles every day if you have to. Prepares you what's going to happen again and again as you age. Because people get married and scatter, they have kids and scatter, change jobs and scatter, retire and scatter. But what skill you gain out of all of this is knowing that it's normal and understanding just how important it is to measure happiness based on what you do and your own timeline. So do what you want, go figure it out. This is supposed to be lives that you get to decide. And everyone will be figuring it out too for themselves. So follow your guts. Make the choices whether they're easy or not, and most importantly, just be a good one. There's this analogy that I love. We're all just butterflies moving through life. Some fly high, Some I hope, then we all get to where we need to be. Whether you're up there, down here, or going through it, we all get to where we're meant to be. Because what's meant for you won't pass by you. And it's easy for me to say it, the hard part is putting it into practice. In the face of rejection and failed relationships, and life in a way that you never anticipated, the light at the end of the tunnel is knowing that it all works out in the end. And the longer life goes on, the more proof you have that that's true. Fake it till you make it. Because one day you're going to wake up and realize that you haven't been faking it anymore, and you've actually just made it.
Well, let's get a round of applause for the speakers here this day. Thank you everyone for watching, looking on the show. And yeah, we're gonna have a 30-minute break now, so I think we're gonna come back in 10 to 3. 3. And yeah, enjoy the rest of you guys' day.
Megan, you're on the line.
You're on the line.
See me? You don't see me. But I'm in front of the camera. I'm gonna scratch your hair. I think the camera's so serious. Maybe I should just stand here because I'm going to use my day. You're not good enough.
I'm gonna stand like this.
We just look and see if it's really way flat. It went through the Also, when we station about
We have to do it. No, it's valid. I did. You want to record? Backwards. Okay, I'm gonna hold mine in this hand, just because in this hand here. Okay. She walks up the stairs.
Latest.
Yes.
Tick, tick.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the last session of the day. Hopefully, everyone is feeling refreshed and energetic and making this practice. So before we start, we're just going to run through some basic house rules. Please keep your phone on silent and please refrain from giggling while someone is speaking. And also, most importantly, each and every one of the people sitting there has put so much time and effort into this presentation. So please respect them and respect the space and give them that time and effort that they deserve. So, without further ado, our first speaker is an incredibly stylish and effortlessly cool girl who does it all, from film, photography, and even to the occasional DJ. She has a theory that the sun sets better in the car, even though she has not been there. And if I'm being honest, I believe she'll prove her intuition right. So without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Vicky.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Hi, I'm Vicky. At only 18, I decided to pack all my belongings when the sudden urge came over me. After weeks of hearing this voice inside, I remember so vividly. With little to no plan, I sat on the edge of my bed and took a deep breath in. I walked towards my wardrobe, dragged out my suitcase, and as I did, I felt this complete rush. I knew this was it. And if that was going to be any moment, I had to commit. I pulled open my suitcase, knelt on the floor, unzipped it, and as I opened it, my mom walked right through the door. What are you up to? Looks like we're going somewhere. She says, "Whoa." Well, she's right. I haven't been going somewhere. I just don't think she knows exactly where I'm going. Shortly after, I sit right next to where it said, I want to pursue a career in the arts, and I know I need to study and establish myself in South Africa. We both looked at each other in the eye, and for a moment, lovingly, she goes, Everyone, everyone is okay, and yellow is last for. This was my confirmation, and it was time. And then there was fear in my eyes, suspecting terrified by a 17-year-old daughter telling me she's moving to another country. There was also subtle joy at seeing that my daughter was chasing after her dreams. Here's the truth. There were no funds. No funds to book a flight or sustain me for the first month. No place to stay whatsoever. I just knew this thing kept persisting. And the scary part, I didn't even know if trusting it was the right thing to do. But seeing my mom support him for struggling to find a way to help me get there was all that I needed. Fast forward, I questioned a few colleges just to get by. I've always had this curious nature about me, kept me going, especially during tough times. I studied radio and television and got pulled into storytelling, which led me to film school. And that's when it all started. I peeped through the lens and it changed my entire life. I majored as a cinematographer and became so curious about the still image. I fell in love with capturing the beauty of people, which sparked my interest in production design, art direction, and creative direction, fashion styling, and photography. When I didn't have a team to work with, I would do it all by myself, out of curiosity and passion, of course. This organically led me to establishing myself as an artist in the creative industry. All this was happening, and of course, from time to time, I would ask myself, what am I actually doing? I just knew I was following according to the steps that would eventually lead me to where I needed to be. I fell in love with capturing the beauty of African people and their essence as a whole. I fell in love with capturing the beauty of people. There was photography, which grew into self-portraiture as a creative expression outlet. I would create setups, style myself as the muse, and capture myself. Now, here's where the relentless thing really kicked in. It demanded something unfamiliar. Have you ever held yourself back from doing something just because it felt weird at the time? The weirdest step for me was becoming both a photographer and a muse. I was simply following my enthusiasm without questioning it. Little did I know, a simple act would be waves. By then, I managed to represent Namibia and the art-based women in July. I got listed as one of 100 women artists around the world. And then shortly after, showcasing my short film in Paris, France, in partnership with Formula Swan and the Street Markets. I then exhibited some of my artwork at the Contemporary Art Museum in France. All because I trusted that relentlessly before I even knew I would be capable of creating art that inspires people. These were achievements I could have never dreamed that. This entire journey was fueled by curiosity and refusal to question the urge. I wasn't looking for passion or success. I was simply following my curiosity. And today, so many people telling my work inspires them to become photographers and artists in their own right. My unintentional curiosity became their intentional starting point. Here's what I've learned. Curiosity isn't lost with age. It's drawn by the need for certainty and external validation. This creative agency is the relentless that demanding action, not external career chores. To avoid stagnation, a true artist must constantly change physical and creative territories. My curiosity drove me to move from filmmaking to photography, from external subjects to self-portraiture. That was me instinctively changing territories to grow. The relentless thing demands the unknown. I had a conversation with my role model, incredible DJ and producer Paige Johnson. He told me, once you begin feeling that thing inside of you, calling you to pursue it, never let it go. Rather listen to it and run with it. It will get you to exactly where you need to be. All to say that we all have that relentless thing that creeps in from time to time. And if you stay still, you'll realize it's present all the time. Today, after all the unimaginable success in my creative journey, the relentless thing is flared up again. And this time, it's pushing me towards music, Afro house, DJing to be specific. And now I said clearly, I mean, the music has always been there, I haven't believed everything I created. I was translating sound into visual stories without even realizing I was learning its language. This time, the urge is burning like never before. But here's what's different now. I've been here before. I know exactly what this burning means, and I'm happy to surrender to it all over again when I'll be exactly where I need to be once again. The relentless thing is a prophetic GPS that leads to achievements far below our initial self-perception. Now, if you leave here today with one thought, let it be this. Stop looking for passion, start following curiosity. Trust the thing that feels weird, it's just the sound of the relentless thing cutting through the noise, what everyone else is doing. Our self-imposed limitations are based on what we've seen others do. Originality often feels strange at first. Even a little bit traditional, simply acting outside the hierarchy of our limitation. It's trusting the relentless thing before there's proof. The relentless thing is inside of you right now. Listen to it. Run with it. It already knows where you're going. And when you see me play on stage someday, just remember that all you took was trusting that day. And hopefully that inspires you to listen to yours as well.
Thank you so much, Vicky. What a powerful reminder of the relentless drive inside all of us, the thing that refuses to let us settle. And speaking of drive, our next speaker, James, knows a thing or two about that. You've probably seen him or heard him because he's not exactly subtle. It might be beneath the accent. But an ex-rugby player is the best way to explain his confidence. However, beneath that confidence is a very real story. So please welcome James.
Hello, guys. Okay, so welcome to my talk, Beyond the Physical. My name is James Carter, and getting straight into it. Sport, rugby, cricket, hockey, MMA, boxing. We've all watched, we've all seen or attended the successes, and sometimes, unfortunately, we've watched our team lose. But from the stands, we'll never be able to experience the exact same feeling as those players at the pitch. Now, you might be thinking this is because they're playing for their country or they've just won a trophy, which wouldn't be bad answers. But the truth is, deep down, that isn't the full story. It's more than just a sport to these athletes. And I want to show you a side that doesn't get spoken about enough, if at all. So athletes are often seen as a symbol of strength and endurance, yet many silently battle their own mental health challenges, such as depression, anxiety, or even suicidal thoughts. For male athletes, the pressure to appear invincible makes it incredibly difficult to open up about their struggles. While society openly acknowledges the physical risks of sport, the mental toll often goes unnoticed. Let's take Tiger Woods in golf, for example. He recovered from a double stress fracture in his leg and competed shortly afterwards. His rehab time was estimated at about 600 hours. Or Sia Khaleesi, South Africa's captain, he returned to the World Cup, as we all know, after his knee injury rehab. He clocked around 475 hours in rehab. Now, those hours we as spectators miss aren't all rainbows and sunshine. The mental toll is enormous. Day in, day out, for endless hours, repeating the same drills, pushing through the pain. Day in, day out, watching someone else practice in your shirt or play a game in your position. The world goes by while you're in neutral. It's a horrible feeling. Sports define him. LeBron James, he spent 19 Christmases and counting on the basketball court. Or Tyson Fury, who spent up to 3 months away from his family prior to every fight. During his prime, he fought 3 times a year. The number of hours these athletes are putting into their sport, it can't just be a game to them. So sports define me. It's how I made lifelong friends. When you spend that much time with the same 15, 11, or 7 guys, day in, day out, battering your body physically, lifelong bonds are bound to be made. It consumed me, that feeling of being in a changing room, buzzing off a cocktail of caffeine and adrenaline, with the silence lingering as everyone's in their own mental worlds preparing for the war to come. And with a clap, the subs are out, you're left with starting 15, arm in arm in a huddle, ready to put their body on the line. So my 4 main sports were cricket, rugby, hockey, and track. track around 100 and 200 for province. I will internationals for javelin. And I relay team for small province. Hockey, unfortunately, I had to stop off the first 11 college due to the rugby 7 season taking up too much of my time. And when it comes to cricket, my parents call me a bit of a wasted talent. And I say this because I'm half decent, but dear God, I find it boring. First 11 college captain with a record run total of 186 not out. I captained our club side and was able to play Sussex cricket. But a day-long cricket match didn't really appeal to me like 80 minutes of rugby. Now, rugby was my everything. I love the game, I love the physicality, I love the work you had to put into the pitch. I played first 15 college, club, province, university, and played pullings. Sports consumed every
up as the person you want to become, because being sad isn't worth it. Consider Lady Gaga. In an interview, she says that she wakes up every morning feeling insecure until she's channeled her inner Lady Gaga. She's long struggled with self-doubt, vulnerability, and low self-esteem. Yet, she learned to find a way to fake it till she made it, bringing to life her Gaga persona as a way to feel confident when she didn't fully believe it. And over time, this persona became a way for her to rewire her mindset, just by acting strong until she actually felt strong. So you're probably thinking, okay, cool, you know a bit more about confidence. Why does this relate to me, or why is it even important? Well, confidence can move mountains. You can actually view it as a superpower. Because confidence motivates you. It motivates you to take on challenges that you would usually seem impossible. It allows you to boost your performance because believing in yourself allows others to believe in you. It allows you to recover quickly from setbacks because when you fail, you can learn from it. When you are confident, others pick up on it. Therefore, your confidence can inspire, persuade, and motivate others. Forbes released an article back in 2022 stating that confidence is a superpower because it gives you the power to influence people to believe anything you say, because confidence in yourself gives others confidence in you. It mentions that there are a few quick and easy ways to portray yourself as more confident in your daily life. By continuously telling yourself throughout the day that you're confident, you are able to eventually trick your mind into believing it. Or the fact that if you wear bold colors, it will reflect and bring out the bold, confident feelings in yourself. I know, that's not why I'm wearing this today, because that was not true. But I said it with confidence that some of you may have actually believed me back in my statement, that confidence is powerful. So, when it comes to that job interview, that big game, or your Live presentation, don't feel bad if you aren't feeling confident or the best version of yourself, because that's okay. We're all in the same boat. Confidence isn't something you're magically born with. It's something you can build, train, and strengthen until it finally sticks. If Rihanna, Lady Gaga, and my 127 beats per minute self can learn to stand a little taller and act a little braver, so can you. With a little bit of pretending, good posture, and practice, you can do anything. Remember, confidence isn't the absence of fear, it's choosing to move anyways. All you gotta do is fake it till you become it.
Seriously, overheating it. Okay. Even the projector.
Thank you so much, Jess. And a really good reminder that backing yourself isn't always about knowing what to do, it's about showing up anyway. And on that vibe of showing up and finding the joy in our every day, our next speaker today is a true embodiment of that. From being a fitness enthusiast and an all-round go-getter, she is also a true South African legacy, with a love for the walker, the people around her, and a castle life with occasional cool spirit. So please welcome Renee. Thank you, George. Very sweet. I'm just going to quickly figure this out. Okay, perfect. It's a simple word. 6 letters, 2 syllables. It's warm, it's joyful, it's positive. It's probably my favorite word in the world. In Afrikaans, it's small, simple, but surprisingly powerful. Lekker. This word literally means pleasant, tasty, or good. But any South African will tell you it goes far beyond that. I was at a family gathering, chatting with my grandmother. That's
actually her standing there. She's shorter than I am. We were just chatting, looking at all the people, enjoying each other's company, laughing. And that's when she turned to me and looked at me and said, Renata, this is lacquer. And it was in that moment that I realized something. Lacquer is a feeling. It's an attitude. It describes genuine joy. Because lacquer can be spending time with the ones you love. Of course, it can be a bride. And the luckiest moment was when the Bokke won the World Cup again. But the truth is, all these things that I mentioned were already there. It's just how you notice them. Because lacquer isn't actually a description. It's a decision. It's the lens you choose to look through. And that noticing, that choice matters more than you think. That's a lacquer mindset. So let me tell you how this small, impactful word becomes the gateway to a life filled with lacquer. So a few months ago, when we started prepping for Mac Live, I had a conversation with Diane, and she nudged me into the direction of the Harvard study on adult development, the longest running study on happiness in the world. It started in 1938. They followed a group of people, not for a few months, not for a few years, not even for a few years, they followed them for their whole lives. They measured their relationships, their careers, their health, and even their weights. After all that data, after all those decades, the conclusion was beautifully simple. Good relationships keep us happier and healthier. Not money, not fame, not success, and definitely not the amount of followers you have. Just the quality of people you let into your life. That connection. So when I read that, I thought, so the secret to a good life is basically being lacquer. Because being lacquer and choosing a lacquer mindset is choosing all. It's choosing to see the joy in every connection. Choosing to show up with generosity, curiosity, and joy. It's choosing connection over perfection. Presence before speed, and people before performance. This is my dad. My dad always asked me, is your glass half empty or is your glass half full? And for years I thought, what a silly question to ask, right? Obviously it's empty. But as the years went on, I realized he wasn't asking about the water and later the beer in my glass. He was teaching me a valuable life lesson. Because when you look at life through a glass half full, you start looking at life through a softer, kinder, and more positive lens. You give people the benefit of the doubt. You see the joy in every moment, good or bad. You begin to live with what I call a lacquer mindset. But here's the good news. You can actually reshape your mind to see the glass half full, to see the joy, to notice the lacquer. The Harvard Stress and Development Lab calls this positive reframing. This is the ability to shift your perspective so the world feels lighter, friendlier, and more meaningful. But here's the thing, we've been doing this long before psychology put a label on it. South Africans have been choosing lacquer for generations. Do you remember this? Even in tough times, we find moments to laugh, to connect, and to enjoy something small. Life isn't perfect. A lacquer mindset doesn't mean life is perfect. It just means you choose the bits. You choose to see the bits worth smiling about. Buddha once said, the mind is everything. What you think, you become. So if you look for stress, you'll find that. If you look for chaos, you'll find that too. But if you look for lacquer, you start noticing it everywhere. And it becomes your own little reward system. That's not lies, it's neuroscience. Our brains are wired to strengthen the patterns we repeat. So when we intentionally choose a lacquer reframe, we're not just being positive. We're training our minds to be more resilient, more optimistic, and more joy-sensitive. And suddenly the world becomes a little more human, a little more hopeful, and a whole lot more lacquer. Because we live in a world that's obsessed with productivity. The world wears burnout like a badge of honor. It's constantly telling you to be more, get more, do more. The Harvard study whispers a different truth. If you want a good life, focus less on the chase, more on the connection, less on the achievement, more on the moment, less on the noise, and more on the lacquer. And when you do that, life is quite simple.
And this little word becomes something radical. Because choosing a lack of mindset in a stressful world is choosing to stay human, to stay soft, to stay connected. A lack of mindset isn't an escape, it's a strength. So celebrate that tiny win with someone. Express your appreciation. Laugh together. Check in with that friend of yours. Share moments together. The Harvard study called these micro connections. And that is the small, consistent interactions that end up being the best predictor of happiness across a lifetime. But this shift, this tiny pivot in how you show up, makes the difference. Because it affects the people around you. Because lacquer is contagious. Now here it is. Lacquer is a choice. A lacquer life doesn't just stumble into you. You don't wait for a lacquer life. It's something you choose, moment by moment. And when you choose this lacquer mindset, you don't just improve your mood, you improve your relationships. You strengthen your resilience. You deepen your connections. You become a magnet of joy. Because if you choose to live with a lacquer mindset, you start realizing something profound. Life is always offering you joy. You're just starting to say yes to it. And that is exactly what the Harvard study is trying to prove for 80 years. All wrapped in one proud South African word, I might add. But good genes are great. Joy is so much better. So choose a life that's truly, beautifully, and unapologetically lacquer. Thank you, Benay. What a very lacquer speech.
A wonderful reminder that the lacquer mindset is what we choose, and it's in the people around us, and our little routines, and the 12 Rand brand special like Van Hugs. Our next speaker, and I think Matt stole this from me, but I can't say for sure. Our next speaker fits the definition that dynamite comes in small packages. She is fierce, yet she is kind. She is strong while still vulnerable. And there is no better person to speak to us about how vulnerability can be our greatest strength. So give it up for Lula. Think about the last time someone opened up to you, admitted they made a mistake, or were honest about how they were feeling. Most would describe it as a deeply human moment full of courage. But now reverse the situation and imagine yourself in that position. It suddenly feels awkward, like weakness. This shows just how distorted our perception of vulnerability is. Because in reality, vulnerability is not a weakness. It's one of our most powerful strengths. Vulnerability is the state of being open to uncertainty, risk, and emotional exposure. It's the emotion we feel, that feeling of awkwardness or that cringeworthy moment when we face situations we can't fully predict or control. Every act of vulnerability is an act of courage, though. From taking a risk, stepping out of your comfort zone, to expressing your feelings, or even smiling at a stranger. But vulnerability often triggers fears, like the fear of judgment, rejection, losing control, or the fear of being misunderstood. And then there are the misconceptions, that vulnerability is weakness. It means oversharing. You can engineer the discomfort and uncertainty out of vulnerability. Trust comes before vulnerability, and I don't do vulnerability. These fears, often rooted in past experiences, prevent us from embracing vulnerability. They make us feel like we need to put up our armor to protect ourselves when we feel emotionally exposed. For some, this takes the form of perfectionism, and for others, it's people-pleasing. But the reality is, when we put up this armor, we are no longer our authentic selves. And so we just end up building resentment. We become resentful and jealous of those that do have the courage to show up and be seen for who they are. The part of being human is to be vulnerable. It's a building block for personal growth, meaning, and resilience. And beyond that, it holds a deep significance in how we connect with others. So, what stops us? Shame, the fear of disconnection. Shame is a painful feeling of believing that we are unworthy of love, connection, and belonging. It isolates us, causing us to withdraw and hide parts of ourselves. But to form meaningful connections, we have to allow ourselves to be seen for who we really are. Because when we only show carefully curated pieces of ourselves, our relationships can only ever be superficial. We connect through authenticity,
because we are more likely to trust those who show their imperfections. And when we are vulnerable, it invites others to do the same, creating a space of empathy, openness, and mutual understanding. Think of the people you're closest to. Are they perfect, emotionless, or judgmental? Or do they let you see their true selves, imperfections and all? The ones you feel you can be yourself around. Connection and feeling connected is what gives our lives purpose and meaning. It's neurobiologically how we are wired. Hearing a story that follows a narrative actually causes our brains to release oxytocin and cortisol, chemicals that trigger our ability to connect, make meaning, and empathize. So we are wired for story. It's quite literally in our DNA. Brene Brown has spent over 12 years researching vulnerability, and her research shows that vulnerability really is at the core of connection. She found that what separated people who have a strong sense of love and belonging and those who struggle with it was worthiness. She labeled the people that feel a deep sense of worthiness the wholehearted, and they had 4 things in common. They have a strong sense of courage, the courage to be imperfect and let others see them for who they are, compassion, to be kind to themselves, connection as a result of their authenticity, and a willingness to let go of who they should be in order to be who they really are. And they all embrace vulnerability. They believe that what makes them vulnerable is what makes them beautiful. It wasn't comfortable or excruciating, just something that was necessary. Wholehearted living shows that vulnerability is the foundation of courage, strength, authenticity, and joy. It's a gateway to connection. When we look at vulnerability through a psychological lens, it stops looking like weakness, but rather like a fundamental part of being human. Neuroscientific studies have shown that when we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, we engage 3 key regions of our brain that help us process emotions, make decisions, and form social bonds. So the insular cortex, which processes internal emotional states and bodily awareness, the prefrontal cortex that supports emotional control and decision-making, and the amygdala that plays a role in social bonding and emotional memory. When we activate these regions, we strengthen our social cognition and emotional intelligence, enhancing our ability to connect with others. What helps us lean into vulnerability is self-compassion. Vulnerability requires emotional openness, and when we allow ourselves to feel vulnerable, whether it's feeling afraid, uncertain, or imperfect, self-compassion allows us to treat those feelings with kindness and care. So instead of hiding or rejecting them, we learn to embrace them. The self-compassion theory tells us that we should treat ourselves with the same kindness and understanding we extend to others, especially during times of difficulty, failure, or pain. It's based on these 3 components. Self-kindness, being kind and understanding towards yourself rather than self-critical. Common humanity, recognizing experiences as part of the larger human experience rather than seeing them as isolating. And mindfulness, being mindful when considering negative aspects of oneself. When we face moments of vulnerability like admitting you made a mistake, people who treat themselves kindly and with less judgment might be able to better forgive themselves rather than shame themselves. Focusing on common humanity helps us recognize that making mistakes is part of being human, and we are not alone. And by practicing mindfulness, it helps us approach our emotions without over-exaggerating or denying their significance. So by experiencing and acknowledging our emotions, we develop a deeper understanding of ourselves. This self-awareness fosters self-compassion, which helps us move through discomfort without getting trapped by it. We learn to face our emotions more openly, creating space for growth and resilience. Every time we step into discomfort and uncertainty, whether it's opening up, facing a fear, or trying something new, we build self-efficacy, our belief that we can handle life's challenges. Vulnerability then becomes a pathway to growth, strengthening our capacity to deal with what comes our way. There is always some risk in vulnerability, but a better way to look at it is the risk as great as we think it is? Often it isn't, and even if it is, it's a risk worth taking. Some people choose to live disappointed rather than to risk feeling disappointment and get excited for something. But without vulnerability, we can't experience the depth of life's most meaningful moments. To love is to be vulnerable because it is to risk grief and loss. To belong is to be vulnerable because it involves the risk of rejection. And joy is vulnerable because there is the risk of it being taken away. Joy is so vulnerable that some people preempt disappointment the moment they feel happiness. It's through vulnerability that we are able to access these profound moments. So looking back at the misconceptions around vulnerability, you can see a powerful paradox. There is no courage without vulnerability. It's actually our greatest feature of courage. Vulnerability is not the absence of boundaries, but the presence of them. Without uncertainty, there is no vulnerability. Vulnerability builds trust by connecting and being seen authentically. And when we try to avoid vulnerability and pretend it doesn't exist, we behave in ways inconsistent with who we actually want to be and end up missing out on meaningful connections. So, while vulnerability means opening ourselves up to uncertainty, risk, and emotional exposure, it's best redefined as an act of courage. The willingness to show up and be seen for who you are, even when the outcome is unknown. It takes inner strength to acknowledge fears, to risk being misunderstood, to open up despite past experiences, and choose vulnerability anyways. Brené Brown says it best. Vulnerability is the birthplace of love, belonging, joy, courage, empathy, and creativity. Vulnerability is not weakness, it's our greatest measure of courage.
You love is such a special and reflective talk, and it honestly highlights exactly what we've seen today in the talks and the talks that will come further, with the courage that exists and the strength in vulnerability. Our next speaker almost needs no introduction. His green glasses, almost outrageous questions, and deep insights have already made him a standout in the class. Swelly knows a thing or two about starting over, and today, like a phoenix, he will rise and tell us his story. So welcome, Swelly.
Thank you, Georgia. Very nice introduction. Your pain is the breaking of the shell that encloses your understanding. It is the bitter potion by which the physician within you heals your sick self. Therefore, trust the physician and drink his remedy in silence and tranquility. Khalil Gibran. Anyone who watched the movie also probably remember that. I used to wake up at 4:30 in the morning because this is when I was hungry, I was driven, self-motivated. I was never short of motivation, ever. Don't ever do that in my life. But then grief taught me a new morning routine, one where I had to bargain with myself, simply just to open my eyes in the morning. This is what happens when the machine of masculinity meets the unstoppable force of human loss. So who was I? My mind was always busy. I lived on the edge. I was always fiddling. I was always trying to learn new things. I was trying to make connections. I had friends who were older than me since I was young. By the time I was 15, I was making friends with people that were CEOs, usually in business times. I was always busy. I was the round peg in square hole. I was a bibliophile, a cinephile. I was an audiophile. I was fashion forward. I was an impresario. In my first year, I became a radio presenter. And my radio show became a culture staple in a small town called Port Elizabeth. Young lesbians who were aspiring to be musicians used to tune in. It was a total culture staple. They loved it. And so many young, aspiring, smart, intelligent users. I started a blog in the early days of WordPress, used to write about everything and nothing. Deleted it, it's embarrassing. Should be seen. I directed a TV show on LTV and Zero, changed the entire introduction, gave young people a platform to show themselves to the world. Words, images, sound. These were my launch pads into distant plains. This is how I sashayed into new worlds, immersing myself fully into those cultures. I expressed everything through that poetry, music, film, and fashion. This is how I made sense of my experiences, my innermost feelings, my thoughts, my dreams, my aspirations, transforming them into ensembles that could be experienced through other mediums. I was the creator that knew no bounds, with a ravenous appetite for excellence. But then the fire came. On the 5th of December 2022, my mother passed away after a short struggle with stroke. She was my best friend, my confidant, my accomplice, my everything. That's an image of me an hour and a half after we felt like the whole couldn't move. It just didn't make sense. It was an illogical, all-consuming pain. As if that wasn't enough, on the 16th of July 2023, 6 months later, my best friend passed away. This is someone we started companies together with, known for more than 15 years. Those 2 dates were forever etched into my soul. 3 weeks later, my cousin committed suicide, and then it's snowballed. It's just death after death after death. That's my best friend, and the first time we were on radio together. He launched my music career by putting an 8,000 rand bill for recording from his own pocket. I descended into the void. The fire consumed my drive, my zest, my je ne sais quoi, my ability to create, think on my feet, be jovial, smile, and laugh. Food didn't even taste the same. The detritus let me broken. In a patriarchal world that offers men no space to break, to show emotion, to be human, to shatter, to falter, to be weak. We men are fodder for the machine. Ours is to march into the front lines of capitalism and bring the naked home. To just get on with it. Men know what I'm talking about. The fathers definitely. This year alone, I've attended 3 funerals. I've called more than a dozen people who lost their parents just last week. I was on the phone with someone whose mother's birthday was a few days after mine. He's in Canada. Fly home to bring his own mom. Each call is a painful reminder of my own tragedy. Each funeral, another knife twist. Some mornings getting out of bed just felt impossible. That resort was ran by an older brother of mine. I stayed there for 2 months after the self-imposed rehab, so I was on breaking point. Probably the best 2 months I've ever spent in my life. I'm glad to stay there. The abyss was spectacular. The thing about grief is that it's parasitic. It debilitates one's ability to move forward. It renders one insensitive. You become emotionless, wordless, you can't express your own pain, you have an inability to think, you have an inability to act. It paralyzes. I became a spectator in my own body, ambiently floating through space, existing with no ability to see a future. It's a truly terrifying space to be in. I couldn't understand why I couldn't just pick myself up. I couldn't understand how my confidence was evaporated. I can just be positive. Be the person who always woke up at 4 in the morning, disciplined, ready to take it on, ready to take on the markets, writing emails, cold calling people, hustling. Didn't understand why I couldn't pick myself up at the bootstraps. I enrolled in this marketing and advertising course because I needed a distraction. Something to revive me, to relive or to relieve myself of the numbness, to emancipate myself from the prison of this all-consuming brutal grief. Marketing is a cousin of film, I thought. Let me try it, and I did. Boy, was it interesting. But something was still missing. Something wasn't there. That creative spark wasn't emerging as I imagined. In my mind's eye, I saw the light hitting my chest and myself rising and feelings through the ashes and smoke. Didn't happen. Long time. Didn't happen. I don't know. But then something happened. An unexpected player came into the fray. And she gave me a shot in the form of encouragement. I felt seen. I felt like somebody saw into me and held out a hand to pull me out of the rut of self-sabotage and metastasizing creativity. It happened at a time when I was on the verge of deregistering from a very course. was dying. And life was too much, unbearable. Waking up in the morning, dragging my ass all the way to this hard kind of thing we created and couldn't oppose. Deep down inside, I felt the engine of transformation turn on. Something I couldn't quite describe was happening. It was beautiful, indescribable. The revelation, the turning point. A week after my mentor, his mother passed away, we drove the daughter back to school, drifted in the town. And on the way back, I did something that I said I would never do. I went back to my high school alma mater. In the Midlands of the Moy River, there it was, Treverton, the boarding house where I lived for 7 years. That gate, that old bank on the side there, myself and a couple of friends wrote that it was compulsory for boys to do manual labor. But I was doing it because I had 250 hours of grounds and 77 hours of detention. Wasn't my fault. That's me behind the name in the blue. I wasn't born for drugs. The building smelled like floor polish and adolescence, the stairs and concrete were hard, the same way I found them when I was 15. I walked into the TV room where the tricks used to sit. I looked up and there it was. In faded ink. A message from my 18-year-old self. Time stopped. It felt serendipitous. Like I traveled back to retrieve a piece of myself that could revive me emotionally, spiritually, and completely. The words stared down at me like a mirror, and I was looking at myself and the words. The only limiting factor to your true power and success is yourself. Don't be your own limiting factor. I was flummoxed. I was 18 when I read those words. I read it again and again and again. It was like a montage of a movie, a rush of life and energy just came back to me. I walked around the school campus and I literally saw parts of myself, like a wraith running through the school halls, talking to old school friends, remembering conversations. It felt like my past self was speaking directly to me, a message sent across time, waiting for this exact moment. The words replayed in my mind as I stood there, as I walked back down those stairs, as I drove home, as I went about my business in the days that followed. Something had shifted. It was a spiritual paradigm shift. I felt a sensation about it, something I hadn't felt in a very long time. Like a veil had been lifted. I wanted to be, to explore, to try, to enjoy, to just be. It was a moment of clarity, a profound awakening. To put it into words, to do that pure experience of justice. After reading that quote I'd written all those years ago, I felt like a new person. A part of me was being given an opportunity to try again, to be what I always wanted to be. Gibran was right. Pain breaks the silence. Pain breaks the shell that encloses your understanding. It is vivid. But the physician within you, trust the voice, that your voice from your past, your future, your deepest self, knows how to heal you. You must trust the physician. You must drink the remedy. The return, the gift. I walked back into the fire. I found pieces of myself in the ashes. And I'm rebuilding from that. That's a picture of me when she was. I'm the oldest. Probably don't have some hours. That's my middle brother in the middle, and that's the one who's kicking against the rock, and he's the last one, Kobe. This is the power of vulnerability in a world that doesn't offer men space to break. We're not machines, we're not built only to march forward. We feel, we shatter, we rebuild. And that rebuilding, that's where the real power is. Going back home, seeing the photos. I haven't been to that house in 5 years. A call to action. So how did this whole change? Took a lot of courage. Very difficult. It's still very difficult. Writing speech was not easy. That boy who wrote that quote on that ceiling, he didn't know what was coming. But he left me a breadcrumb trail back to myself. Your younger self, your wiser self, your future self, they're all trying to talk to you right now. The question is, are you listening? Because your life is waiting on the other side of your own limiting factor. So, go and find your ceiling. Go and find your quote. Go and find yourself. Don't be the limiting factor to your own success.
Yeah, I was ready. That was a very raw and real, a very vulnerable moment from you that I think the class is not used to seeing. So it's so nice to see that side of you, and yeah, well done for that. Before we move on, I'd like everyone in the audience to take a deep breath in and out and strap in, because our next speaker, George, is not only a comedic genius, but he is infectious and confident, and apparently cannot say no to an adventure, which explains why if I don't see her at school, I'm going to be seeing her at Blondie. So please welcome George. Is it on? Sorry. Okay, cool. Hi everyone, my name is Georgina, professional yes man, part-time procrastinator, and fully proud to admit that most of my best decisions have started with the sentence, what's the harm in wondering? Now, historically, the harm has been substantial, but so have the stories. And it's these stories we carry with us, the ones that stick, the ones that become a part of who we are, almost always begin the moment we step off script. See, the problem is, FOMO's developed a terrible reputation, an emotion so comparison-driven, screen-based, and completely passive. But the issue was never the feeling itself. It was the way we misinterpreted it. See, the traditional idea of FOMO is really just a conviction that everyone else's life is more exciting than yours. That they're all having more fun, that they're looking and living better, and it's based on nothing more scientific than the fact that they might know their lighting and angles better than you. But the true issue is not that we experience FOMO. It's how we spend so much time experiencing it by watching other people's lives that we forget to notice that we're missing out on our own. So I'm not trying to eliminate FOMO, I'm just trying to rebrand it. FOMO isn't fear. FOMO is a signal, a spark. It's your brain highlighting that a moment might have potential. It's not about chasing perfection, but simply recognizing that your experience could be better than whatever you're just scrolling through. It's the quiet pull that says if you say yes, even for no sensible reason, life might actually surprise you. So think of it as a reminder that you might have a possible story, a possible moment, something you might be glad of one day that you didn't miss. Now, the science behind saying yes is probably my favorite part because it genuinely backs the chaos of it. I went into the research thinking it would tell me to sit down, behave, get 8 hours of sleep, but essentially it came back saying the opposite. What it said was that the best lives are not these neat and perfectly managed ones, but rather the interesting ones that take detours, that have mistakes, that have unexpected moments that turn into memories. Psychologists call this a psychologically rich life.
The idea that variety, surprise, novelty, and even questionable decisions make life feel fuller and more meaningful, which thankfully means most of my impulsive choices have actually been contributing substantially to my character development. Barbara Fredrickson's broaden and build theory reinforces this, demonstrating that positive emotions like joy, connection, amusement, and even chaos can literally expand our cognitive and social capacities, making us more creative, more resilient, and better able to solve problems. It is slightly hilarious in hindsight how many of my strongest and most insightful ideas did arrive after nights I absolutely should not have been out on, but the research insists that this is exactly how positive emotions build resources over time. What we often label as unproductive and irresponsible turns out to be doing invisible psychological work. Fun is functional, joy is productive, and chaos is cognitive enhancing. In addition to this, the World Happiness Report shows that one of the strongest predictors of well-being is social connection. Not money, not perfection, not early bedtimes, connection. It's these shared experiences, inside jokes, late night conversations, and spontaneous plans that aren't just luxuries. They're the emotional infrastructure. They're the scaffolding of our lives. So no, science isn't telling us to stay home and be sensible. It's telling us to go out and make memories. It confirms what we all secretly know and hope, that the right yes can change everything. And yes, that does mean that some of everyone's worst ideas, scientifically speaking, are positive and contribute to growth. Now, I know brand challenge is a triggering word for this audience, but one of the clearest examples of my own life happened during my first brand challenge in undergrad. I had an amazing team, completely prepared, organized, ready. But we were that one brand presenting a day after everyone else. And when the rest of my class finished, which also happened to be the first Thursdays after exams, my FOMO kicked in full force. I thought I knew my script, we practiced endlessly, and I convinced myself, one drink is harmless. Predictably, one drink became several, and by midnight I headed home feeling proud that I had somewhat balanced responsibility without missing out. However, I reached my front door and realized that I had no keys. My friend Meg had taken them earlier and put them in her bag because it zipped and mine didn't. And in true we'll remember lady fashion, we didn't. Thankfully though, I have a law student roommate who was permanently on late hours, and she was awake and was able to let me in. So I thought, okay, back on track. Let me set my 7 a.m. alarm, have enough time to get ready to be there at 8 to practice, like our group had arranged. But then I woke up naturally. And anyone who knows me knows that this is the first red flag in the story. So I looked over and my phone was dead. My laptop said it was 10:30 a.m. and our presentation was at 11:15. Oh, and of course my front door was locked from the outside because my roommate and my only remaining set of house keys left for an eyelashes appointment. So 20 missed calls later, full existential crisis, all in 5 minutes of course. I hit an adrenaline peak, and after opting to not jump off the balcony, I ripped the burglar guards off my kitchen window and climbed out. I then sped to campus in a record-breaking 8 minutes. Shout out to Nelson Mandela Highway's broken cameras. This is another incident. By some miracle though, our client's flight was delayed. My group was relieved that I was alive instead of being mad at me, and our presentation actually went smoothly. We did end up winning a lot of aspects. But here's the thing, I'm not holding this up as a decision-making model. Not every FOMO itch should be scratched. And this one was one that definitely could have gone very, very wrong. FOMO does have real downsides when it pushes you into choices that ignore sleep, preparation, or common sense. But this moment did teach me something, that the stories that stay with us tend to be the ones that weren't planned. Shared panic, shared chaos, and shared relief can become some of the most surprisingly meaningful parts of life. And knowing the research on regret, I definitely would have regretted staying in far more than I ever regretted going out, even if the route in and out of my apartment and problems was somewhat unconventional. That presentation day became a core memory for me and something that my older siblings and I still joke about and bonded over. Not because it was perfect, but because it completely wasn't. That brand challenge moment morning showed me that mode does have consequences and it absolutely can derail your life if you let it, but it also made two things painfully clear. Number one, chaos seems to travel with me. And number two, that sometimes the impulse to say yes can lead to something positive and unforgettable. And that pattern didn't stop with a brand challenge. It followed me all the way to Croatia, where I learned what happens when a spontaneous yes doesn't end in a broken window, but something far better. So another love letter to optimism moment happened on that trip when my working friend Josie, the most convincing person I know, and I went for a swim. Fresh out of breakup and fully in her hot girl summer era, she spotted a moment that could be a memory. And without warning, she started swimming out towards the net where a group of men were kayaking. Not wanting to look like the socially inept sidekick floating along, I followed her. By the time I reached her, treading water in the middle of 4 Argentinian men on kayaks, she'd already struck up a conversation, and within minutes convinced them to kayak us to a cave over at the East Coast. Despite the fact that they were actually in a rush and had a ferry ticket to the next 2 hours. Nevertheless, off we went, being paddled away by strangers, who somewhere between the coves casually mentioned they'd be in the bar at the same time as us. Naturally, that turned into persuasion or an invitation to join their boat for one of their birthdays. A few days later though, after a huge night out, a 7 a.m. ferry, and dragging our luggage uphill across cobblestone roads in 30-degree heat, the last thing any of us wanted to do was leave our air-conditioned Airbnb to meet 5 strangers for what, if we're being honest, was more of a vague suggestion than a concrete plan. But in true Josie fashion, she hit us with a sharp what if. What if it was fun? What if it was memorable? For the sake of the story, it sounds a little bit more inspiring, but in real life, the group and anyone who knows Josie knows this was recorded on freaking. So, as she always is, Josie was right. And it ended up being one of the most memorable days of the entire trip. Cliff jumping, snorkeling in caves, circling islands, getting to see the destination in a way we would not have experienced, and forming a surprising friendship with the group. We obviously did make a good impression though, especially Miss Meg Bradley, because we'll be seeing them in Rio next year. So the funniest part of that story is also knowing that if we'd stayed home that afternoon, tired, irritated, overheating, I would still be thinking about the what if. That day proved that experiences like that can't be recreated. You can't plan the timing, the people, the weather, the mood, but being open to these unpredictable, unrepeatable moments is exactly what makes life feel bigger and more meaningful. And when I look back on both of these moments, the pattern becomes impossible to ignore. It's exactly what regret research highlights. What these stories and the research taught me is simple. Yes, we regret the things we did for about a week, but we regret the things we didn't do for much, much longer. Our deepest regrets are almost always our inactions, the people we didn't meet, the moments we weren't brave enough to show up for, the opportunities we quietly let pass. We think saying no keeps us safe, but regret shows that saying no often protects us from discomfort, while simultaneously protecting us from wonder. When you say yes, you open up the possibility of a story, whilst when you say no, you guarantee the absence of one. And nothing is more forgettable than a moment that never happened. The empty space where memory could have lived. And if regret teaches us anything, it's that life doesn't punish the wrong yes nearly as hard as it punishes the missing one. Which is why the next moment you feel that tug of possibility matters so much. The next time you feel that spark, that quiet what if, I want you to stop interrogating every way it can go wrong and start considering every way it can go right. Because you will say yes to the inconvenient, the illogical, and the slightly questionable. Because the real FOMO is not waking up one day and watching everyone else's lives. It's waking up one day and realizing you weren't living your own.
George, what a powerful way to reframe FOMO and inspire us who are still speaking tomorrow that what is the harm in wondering tonight?
And on that note, we have arrived at our last speaker of the day, Kayla. And I don't want to say we left the best for last, but ladies and gents, you are in for an absolute treat. Kayla is incredibly talented, leaving the class continuously blown away by her presentations. Always put together, there is literally no one else who I'd have speak to us about the power of binging a skill. So please welcome Kayla.
Thank you so much, Jordan, for that incredible introduction. So, starting us off, one simple and undeniable fact about our generation is that we don't just watch series, we binge them. And safe to say, at an Olympic level dedication. Whenever we do watch a season in one night, we do not find that concerning. We just call it character development. But ask us to do one simple task, and suddenly we are tired, dehydrated, or ready to fix our entire lives. But here's the thing. As humans, we are built for obsession. We are naturally good at locking into something and giving it our full attention for hours. It's just unfortunately usually the wrong things. So firstly, we need to understand the thing that's running this entire show, the human brain. I'm going to do this in a way that instantly connects with our generation. So introducing the Brian effect. Now, this is a documentary style lens that follows a single character Brian made up of all our brains together. He's chaotic, dramatic, and constantly pulled in every single direction. Now, Brian loves dopamine. And dopamine is a hormone and a neurotransmitter that acts as his personal episode tracker. It helps him decide what grabs his attention, what keeps him engaged, and what he wants more of. Now, anytime Brian picks up on a cue that something interesting or exciting is about to happen, through a message, a notification, or a cliffhanger, his dopamine spikes. And this spike does three things. It grabs his attention, it then motivates him to act, and lastly, it subconsciously takes note of what triggered that excitement. And this is called the dopamine feedback loop. There's a cue, anticipation, a reaction, and a reward. And this is essentially how all habits are formed, both good and bad. So even though your serial binging or doom scrolling at night is seen as a serious flaw, it's actually just your brain doing exactly what it's designed to do on autopilot. So for most of human history, our dopamine loop worked perfectly fine, until our world sped up, and our brain cannot keep up. He's constantly bombarded with over 300 pieces of content, 236 notifications, and, it's really fast slow, but it's fine, thousands of ads a day. All of these are small dopamine hits every few seconds. Now, according to research, we switch tasks both mentally and physically every 47 seconds. It's not because we're lazy, it's because our brain is tired and overstimulated. Now, every time we decide to move on to a next task, there's a small part of the brain that stays stuck on the previous one, making it almost impossible to give your full attention to the next. Now, this doesn't give Brian the time he needs to build up momentum, and this stops him from entering his most powerful mode, the flow state. Now, the flow state is Brian's deepest focus, high-performance mode. It's when all the distractions fall away, your time disappears, your performance skyrockets, and creativity peaks. Now, during flow, your prefrontal cortex, the front part of the brain that's responsible for overthinking and self-criticism, partially shuts down. At the same time, there's also a hormone release, which increases your focus, your motivation, and creativity, while at the same time decreasing your stress levels. Now, when you are in flow, you are up to 5 times more productive and 7 times more creative, making this a peak formula for human performance. Now, Brian usually enters flow at the sweet spot where your skill level matches your challenge. When it's too easy, you get bored. But if it's too hard, you get overwhelmed, overstimulated, and intimidated. When you do hit that sweet spot, you start moving like top performers. What separates top performers from everyone else isn't necessarily the fact that it's talent or luck, it's just more time and flow. In fact, in 1976, a cognitive psychologist, Dr. Anders Ericsson, found that 18 minutes a day, which is 100 hours over a year, is all you need for being consistent and focused to make you 95% better than anyone around you at one skill. And as Jordan also mentioned, in a world full of people that are so easy to give up, all you need to do is show up and be consistent. Because guys, today the bar has never been lower. Now Brian has his villain, the grind culture. Now this grind culture sold to us all over social media tells us that the key to success is waking up at 4:30 in the morning and having 16-hour workdays. But to be honest, biologically, this is the fastest way to break grind. When you do push without resting, your cortisol rises, your attention is scattered, and Brian doesn't have that chemical balance he needs to perform. I think we all can admit the grind is very impressive on the outside. But on the inside, Brian is so overworked, he's forced to enter fight or flight. And this is his survival mechanism, which blocks any basic or important signals from your body. Unfortunately, most of us enter this state without even realizing it and before it is too late. But when you can understand that in flow, your focus beats busyness and depth beats hours, you'll also very quickly realize that top performers are not the ones grinding the longest. They're simply the ones staying in a focused state or just mentally present the longest. Because trust me, if there's anything you take out of this villain, it's that the grind culture doesn't sleep, and neither will you. This brings us to a fourth thread. Skill development runs on the exact same loop Brian uses to read episodes. First, there's repetition. Then, there's feedback. Next, adjustment, encoding, and reward. Brian needs repetition of the same action over and over. He then gets feedback about what worked and what didn't. After that, he makes tiny tweaks, and then he starts encoding, just allowing those small neural pathways to form. Finally, he gets his reward, a dopamine that says, do that again. Now, just for in case your 47 seconds has lapsed and you've completely zoned out, here's your highlight. Your binge loop is identical to the loop that makes you excellent at something. And your hobbies, the things you are already obsessed with, is your cheat code. So here's the shift. Instead of binging a series, binge a skill. It doesn't need to feel forced, and it doesn't need to be torturous. Choose one thing you already love doing, or one thing you really want to learn. Music, coding, painting, animation. And break those down into your own episodes. Each practice session, just 80 minutes a day, is an episode. Each challenge, a cliffhanger. And then each small win is Brian enough dopamine to keep going the next day. Brian does not need perfection. All he needs is a clear goal, a good challenge, and 18 minutes of uninterrupted time a day. Your Brian is not broken. You definitely do not need a new Brian. You also don't need to become a different person. We are already people who know how to obsess. We have been doing it our entire lives. The only thing we need to change is what we aim that obsession at. So yes, in a distracted world, your ability to focus can be your superpower.
All I'm going to say on that is, thank God I am not going next. Anyway, that concludes our math lab sessions for today. Can we just give everyone a big round of applause? And then there are no formal drinks tonight, but if you would like to head over to Tap Room, more than welcome to. See you tomorrow.
I feel like I need to make sure that my thing is big enough for this. This is exactly what I'm doing. That's how I'm seeing it. I love our word. We need to It's just the one.
Yes.
Like if I'm just gonna go home, bro. Like, jokes aside, the process is made out. Wow.